can't come on the black Twitter? Why we just ain't ignoring him? Because if he's being a shock jock, sir, then common sense would tell you that if you are bothered by what he says, go watch what he says, then make videos concerning what he said. You're doing his work. You're advertising this man's shit. You're telling the world that this is something so bad, y'all need to go listen to it too. So you're giving the shock jock what the shock jock wants. Blacks are so emotional, they think they winning by coming to my show and telling me about how I ain't as black as they are. I ain't as pro-black as they are. I ain't as mad when I see one of them say something. I should be mad. Brian, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't understand, like, what is the actual beef that he's having, or what is it that he's challenging? Because it seems like, I don't know, it kind of seems like we want to stay in this 1970s, we black and we pro-black and we ain't got shit, but we still black, like, mentality, or this space that we're just like, we don't want to get out of. It seems like there's always somebody trying to keep us in that part, that the white man is still keeping us down. The white man is still holding us back. And anybody speaking against that or speaking another way, they are coon and they are our enemy. I don't understand that.
No, I mean, I understand there's blacks out there keeping each other down, like, okay, especially like in this whole thing of like the drug and people killing each other, people killing their own people with the no snitch rule, stuff like that. But I'm also not ignoring the other part of it, like the powers that be, as well as the people within our own community.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What do you think should be the main topic of discussion, or the most important? Talking about those things that you cannot control, or the things that you can control that are hurting you in the moment, like right now?
Well, first the thing that you can't control, and then the powers that be.
So you would say you would want to go after and address the things you can't control first, and then try to go after the things you absolutely can control?
No, the things you can control.
The things you can't control. Okay. So the powers that be, which nobody can never name and nobody can ever just put a direct finger on and say it's this right here. It's always some broad general thing that we really can't identify. Why would we be concerned about that as opposed to being concerned about those things we absolutely can't control? Like you just said, talking about the no snitching rule. Like, that shit is so detrimental to us as a people and as a community. Why wouldn't we go after that? Why wouldn't that be your topic of discussion anywhere in social media? Those things that you can clearly see that we're doing, that you can absolutely pinpoint, identify, and speak against. Why wouldn't those things be at the top of your list to go out and confront when you see it clearly being a major issue? And that's the problem with our people.
I was waiting on him to say whatever it was he felt. And I was waiting on him to say, you got it wrong. There's a reason why we need to focus on the things that we can't change. And I'm going to let some of you guys up here in a minute, but I'm going to go on to Brian. And Brian, we were talking about and this is where it comes back to like the politics. Like, this guy was going out of his way at the beginning of my show to try and let people know, I guess, that I'm on the wrong side of what blacks should want to do right now. But I always wonder, why is it that they would even focus on what they appear to believe is like a coon or things like that? When I brought up elected officials, he brought up people online grifting, trying to say that I'm grifting. But I don't know who I'd be grifting. Number one, you would say that white people are the ones who are paying me. So why would you get mad if I'm taking money from whites and spending it on hoes and big mansions? Number two, If it was blacks, then how am I grifting them? Because what am I promising them that they're not getting with their money? Have you noticed no one can ever answer those two questions, but they keep making the one accusation? I ask you, because you come from the Windy City, a place where a lot of politicians and a lot of presidents, as a matter of fact, come from, Chicago. Two prominent ones, to be exact, Lincoln and Obama. Now, coming from the type of city that you have been in, you were privy to see the type of mayors and governors the state had and the type of politicians that were there. Were you guys one, and you guys have aldermans too? Let me ask you.
Yep.
What's the landscape of politics in Chicago as far as how they mine the black vote?
They pretty much mine the black vote through the churches. The churches are the one. If you want to get the black vote in the city, whether you black, white, Hispanic, whatever the case may be, then you go to the prominent churches in Chicago, and it's a maybe 15 or 20 of them, and you make those rounds, and whatever deals you got to make or whatever agreements you come to with those preachers in the city, they're the ones that can put you on, if you will, as far as the black vote is concerned. When you're talking about your governors, your mayors, and your aldermen, your state reps, they all go through and they run that circuit of black churches. And that's pretty much essentially how they establish the black vote.
So how many have you guys been, as far as like the black people, when they go to the church, they get to vote that way? What are some of the promises that they make?
It's usually, oddly enough, it's usually not promises that are made. It's usually just that preacher standing them up and putting them out in front in their congregation, giving them that 2 minutes or 5 minutes of time to talk. But it's the preacher that comes back and reinforces it. And a lot of times when it's a black candidate running up against a white, of course, they play the black card. It's time to get somebody in office that look like us. It's time to get somebody in there that fight for us. And that's pretty much what it is. And we get riled up by it. Yeah, that's right. Whether they're running for judge or whether they're running for alderman, whatever the case may be, we going to change the city and we going to do what's right by the people. And they give you the same rhetoric, nothing specific, saying, hey, we are going to change this. We are going to, clean up our parks. We're going to open up schools. We're going to never anything as specific as that. It's just the general stuff.
I'm not going to let you tell me that they sell these people not even a dream or hope. They just tell them that you need somebody that look like you, that's going to do some things to help you, but nothing specific.
Nothing specific. Not a thing that's specific. Even when you talking about, like I said, the same thing with like Lightfoot. Lori Lightfoot literally got into office and got the black vote because she was a woman and she was black. That's it. She had no history with the city. Nobody knew her in the city. She had she used to be the person who did this, or she used to be the person that ran she had none of that. She literally showed up being a black woman and being homosexual. They said, let's get one in here. And everybody bought into it.
First off, I got to correct you. You done sit up there and said this woman was a black woman. That is we don't know that yet. What we do know is this is a ghoul.
She was the double for Michael Jackson's Thriller. That's she did Beetlejuice. So I guess she was kind of famous.
Yeah, she is cast for Beetlejuice 3. They are really ready. It's going into production right now. After 2 come out, 3 gonna come out. And she is in for Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but when you look at that, you're saying that identity politics played a big part in her getting elected. But I want to make sure I understand this part of it. even if blacks didn't identify with her because she is gay and with a white woman. How did that work?
Just like how Kamala Harris worked. A woman who didn't show up to be black until it was time to get elected, literally came out with a little theme of Chuck Taylors and pearls, and everybody implied that she was black. And then she actually came out and said, "Nah, bitches, I ain't black." She literally came out and said that I ain't black. But if y'all want to say I'm black, y'all can.
She said she was Indian when she went on Mindy Kating's show.
Yep. When she was asked, she said she was Indian and never faltered from it. Never said, "Well, y'all know I'm black." Yeah. Never said anything like it. But what did we do? We took to it and said, "Oh yeah, she black." Just like we made Bill Clinton black. We made him black. So it's like, that's the type of politics that black folks have. We don't give a damn how bad you treat us or what you do to us, as long as you can make us feel good just for a little bit and give us something to rally around. Like I said, all these women went out literally and bought Chuck Taylor gym shoes, man, and started wearing pearls, taking pictures on Facebook with their pearls on and they Chuck Taylors, and talking about our vice president is black. And it's like,
they did this serious?
Yes. When she came to Chicago and she went and visited some of the black businesses, that's all the women had. It was some black female business owners. That's all they wore was Chuck Taylors and pearls. She wasn't even wearing the shit. They wore it.
I can't believe this.
Yes. And it's like, it takes just that much. And then we gone. She, and like I was saying, and just speaking, like finishing up with Lightfoot, nobody knew her. Like there was a Secretary of State named Jesse White. Jesse White became the Secretary of State for Illinois. Now, Jesse White had been rooted in the community for 20, 30 years because he had a group of boys that he had called the Jesse White Tumblers. He would be at all of the parades. He would come to different events and he would get these boys from the inner city and get them into tumbling, getting them on the tumbling team. And they would literally go around. Started out very small and became one of the staples of the city. Like you ain't gonna see a parade or the Bud Billigan parade, which was at that time the third largest parade in the country. You not gonna see, the Bud Billigan parade and not have the Jesse White Tumblers there. You have an event, some type of rally, whatever, the Jesse White Tumblers would be there. So people knew Jesse White before he even decided to get into politics. So he had some type of attachment, some type of roots in the city. So when you said his name, you knew who he was. When she came around, everybody was like, "Who the fuck is Lori Lightfoot?" Nobody knew her. She's an attorney. Oh, okay. Nobody knew her. So it was like she literally got on just because they propped her up. She was black, check that box. She's a woman, check that box. And she LGBTQ, check that box. And she won.
What the hell? Am I missing something? I'm looking over here in the back. I don't know if you can see. Can you see where it says live over there where you can see the comments?
I can click on, let me see. I can click on and see. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Do you see where it says these people are joining the channel? New member. This person before Crestley. Where the fuck are these people coming from?
Oh, I'm streaming it on my channel. I'm streaming this on my channel.
Where the fuck were these people coming from?
Yeah, I was streaming it over there, so there's a few people over there that's seeing it.
I say, who are these people? Okay, do me a favor. There's a young woman called Black Chick for Trump. She wants to talk to you, Brian. Go ahead. And she's from Chicago, so I'm sure y'all might have some good conversation. Go ahead, dear. Unmute yourself and speak.
Hey, good evening. I'm Black Chicago for Trump.
I'll say Black Chicago for Trump. My bad. Brian's from Chicago as well.
Yeah, I was calling to come to find out. Someone sent this to me and told me that y'all were having a Chicago conversation. And as a Chicago influencer, I want to come see what y'all are talking about. So first things first, my Mr. Chicago, you know I gotta ask some Chicago questions. Where you from? What school you go to?
Well, my elementary school was Metcalf. My high school was Julian. Percy or Julian. Where I'm from, 12 Deuce Lowdown.
You from where, baby?
12 Deuce Lowdown, Wild 100, Southside, 122nd and Normal.
Well, I live in Austin, so I don't go south of Cermak, so I don't know.
Okay, so you over on the west side, then you over there in Austin.
I'm in Austin, yes, sir. I'm in Austin.
Yeah.
I went young, so I'm talking to I just wanted to establish that first. So I host the only conservative right-wing show on WVON. I've been on the air now for 3 years, and we are turning the city bright red. I think that based on the piss poor results that we've received from Brandon Johnson and the disappointment from Jim Crow Joe, that has really lit a fire under our people, because now they really understand that they were tricked and lied to by this Chucks and Pearls group, which are my peers. Chucks and Pearls are literally me. I'm an HBCU, AKA from the city. So those are my people. However, I was telling folks like, yo, don't listen to them. They sending us off, y'all. This is not a good idea. Their self-esteem rests in being validated by white liberals. So please don't listen to them. Not just the AKAs, but this Black intellectual space. Because you being in the city, as a Black intellectual, a lot of times you are othered in your own community. So a lot of these people don't have the self-esteem, the foundation of self-esteem needed in order to push our people forward. And then they come and parrot these white progressive scripts to our people, and then our people believe that this is the way to go because it's coming from an intellectual class. So I'm kind of throwing off that balance.
Yeah.
With that being said, I ask you guys to please grant our people grace, because now they understand. When I tell you they understand, y'all, I used to be called coons, sellouts, Uncle Thomasinus, you name it. They were calling all type of bad names on the radio and throughout the city. But now people come up to me and they apologize to me. And they say, P-Ray, we so sorry. You were trying to save us. You were trying to warn us. And all we did was beat you up. And now we see that you were telling us the truth. So as people are having this political awakening, the people on our side got to grant them grace, because they know they made a mistake. And rather than us telling them, you made a mistake, we got to say, it's okay, baby, come on over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me feed you some Uncle Remus and talk about it.
Well, I don't get a chance to say that, because even though I've been right and keep being right, I'm still on Uncle Tom. I'm still a sellout. And they just steal my talking points and act like they came up with them themselves.
Exactly.
That's what a hater does, my love. If you don't have an identity, you're gonna take what you can from anybody to use it as your own.
Well, let me ask you this. And this is why I hear what you're saying, but this is the only thing that kind of like makes me, I don't really believe it all the way, as far as just I think some people are changing. I give you that. But on the scale that we really need, this is why I'm like kind of leery about it. Chicago is known for just being loyal when it comes to our sports teams. Cubs, we are loyal when it comes to the sports teams, when it comes to our food, our restaurants. You say anything to anybody about Chicago, whether we are the number one, like we was when the Bulls was making their run, or we the worst, we still gonna ride for the city, right?
Yes.
How can, and this is why I say that to say this. When you talking about the last two mayors that we had with Brandon Johnson and with Lori Lightfoot, two people that were not well known in the city, and we had who I believe at that time was the best candidate, which was Willie Wilson. And the fact that because Willie Wilson, he was a businessman, millionaire, self-made, all of that good stuff. The boy had his own money. You know what I'm saying? So it was like the thing about that is somebody who was well known.
1 second, ma'am. He can barely hear you because when your mic is like it's muted a bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. When you talk, sometimes he can't hear you. So you might want to just get to a space. And then,
I just want to get him.
I'm gonna land in 2 seconds. Let me land in 2 seconds. with everything that Willie was and everything that Willie could have done for the city and the love that he has shown the city over the decades that people have known him, they didn't vote for him simply because of the fact that they said, well, he has a slight speech impediment. And we lost out huge because of that.
So I agree. And I actually endorsed Willie Wilson on my show. I brought him on my show because he, Willie Wilson is also from the Austin community. We create the best of the best over here on the West Side. He, literally, he's from Austin, live on the same block, my grandma, all that good stuff. So with that being said, what I said on the show when I brought him on were two things. Number one, Willie Wilson signs the front of his check, and all the people talking about Willie Wilson sign the back of their checks. So maybe they should start speaking more like Willie Wilson so that they can sign the front of their checks too. You understand? And then I also told Willie Wilson that you, sir, there's nothing wrong with how you speak. Everybody in America has an accent, and you have an accent too. And that accent has never stopped you from getting any money. So stop saying that you have a speech problem. And he's like, oh my God, that's the first time in my life somebody told me that ain't no wrong with how I talk. I said, because it's not. It never stopped you from getting any money. But see, what happened on my show, I talked extensively about how progressivism was harmful for the Negro. And I gave examples going all the way back during the progressive era, which birthed Jim Crow and the KKK. And so we can see that those progressive actions of disenfranchising Black people, taking our wealth, putting immigrants in front of us, so on and so forth, the progressives are now doing that, but they do it with a Black and immigrant face. And then that's supposed to trick Negroes into believing that they are not as harmful as they really are, but they really are those same people. And like I said, now our people understand. The people that you see on this Twitter app, I'm just new to Twitter. I just literally just started using this app about 2 months ago, seriously. So I always do my work outside on my feet in the city. And the people I'm talking to are not on this app. And those people are the ones who are upset about the illegal immigration, who are upset about their taxes, who are upset about the fact that they were tricked into believing that Brandon was better. And so not only have they invalidated Brandon, but they've also invalidated all of the people who have supported him and told them to make that piss poor mistake. So again, I think that we are in a space because things are so bad over here in Austin. When they tried to take our part and make it an illegal immigrant shelter, we went crazy. I mean, we went absolute. I've never seen the hood turn up like this, like unified like this. And so we were able to keep them out of our neighborhood because we filed lawsuits because Park District land is not meant for residential spaces. When they told the children that they couldn't go in the field house anymore and they were going to put porta potties in the field for the children, the daddies went and set the porta potties on fire because they said, my child not using a porta potty when they are and so now, not only are they not going to turn the field house into an illegal immigrant shelter, but no illegal immigrant shelters are coming to the 29th Ward because we stood on business. Also, if you look at what happened out south in South Shore, they were also very successful in keeping those illegal immigrant shelters out of their neighborhood. So when people are talking about the illegal immigrant shelters, it's very important to talk about the fact that Black Chicago said, hell no, not where I live. So the fact that we were able to keep them out and organize ourselves politically shows you that there is a move. And I thank Brandon for being the most uniting mayor ever because we haven't been this united since the 98 Bulls and we're all united against his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Since the 98 Bulls.
And a Mexican man called the show. Now, VON is black. So I'm on VON. Man calls. He said, yo, P-Ray, I want to tell you on behalf of Mexican Chicago, we're not this either. And we stand 10 toes down with the Black community. Then another man called. P-Ray, on behalf of Polish Chicago, we stand with y'all too. So we know that across socioeconomic lines, across our very segregated city, we all are on the same beat right now when it comes to illegal immigration. But you have these progressives who are these blue checkmark people who are talking as if they represent the masses of us. And when these people come to our community spaces, we boo them off the stage. Remember, the Chinese beat them all up because of this over there in Brighton Park. Who would have thought that the Chinese would have jumped on their Mexican alderman and chased her back to her car over illegal immigration.
I would definitely I would believe that, because they don't play over there. They're not with that. They've never been with that bullshit. They want to be left alone. Let us do our thing, and we're fine. But if you come over here fucking with us in our space, then they definitely have a problem with that. But I would say this, when we talking about just like when it comes to being the mayor of Chicago, knowing how much power the mayor has and knowing what the mayor could do. Like, most people didn't even know that what the mayor did when he went and said, yeah, we're going to close down these schools, and then we're going to open these schools back up and turn them into shelters for the migrants. Yeah, we're going to close these park districts. Yeah, you know what? Matter of fact, we're going to open up these park districts and turn them into shelters for the immigrants. It's like people were shocked at the fact that, like, man, the mayor can't do this. How could he do that? And the thing was, people didn't understand that, you know, you got to realize how much power the mayor has. The city of Chicago owns a ton of property. And who else would be in charge of that property if it's not the mayor? So it's like, when we have these people that are running for office, it shouldn't just be the issue that we're concerned about. It should be knowing what this person has the authority to do and what they are going to do with that power, which is like what we should be concerned about. You know, the fact that we have that huge budget every year, and they talking about, we don't know if we're going to be able to pass the budget. They taxing people in Chicago for everything. And then you telling me we can't keep a park district open? It's like, those are the things that we should already know. We don't need nobody to teach us that. We should know those kinds of things, saying, hey, if you can open up a resource literally within a week to give to some people that don't belong here and aren't even citizens, you damn sure could have kept it open 15 years ago when you closed it.
But see, Mr. Sotomayor, you gotta
no. That's our Mr. Redmond. That is
I couldn't see. Sorry, Mr. Redmond.
That's fine.
You gotta understand this, love. Firstly, in the primary election, Brandon Johnson won 0 black wards. And I always tell people that Black Chicago is not responsible for putting Brandon Johnson in office. Black Chicago voted for for Lori and Willie Wilson. Now, those liberals up north voted for Brandon, and then the conservatives to the south voted for Paul Vallis. We know, because both of us, you went to Julie and I went to Whitney Young, we know that Paul Vallis is a social pariah in the city of Chicago. Anybody who has a kindergarten, 6th grade, 8th grade school diploma signed by Paul Vallis is not voting for Paul Vallis, okay?
Right.
Don't catch her. So,
right.
Literally, he's a social, like, monster, but a boogeyman to us, because he represents, he's the person in our mind who dismantled the Chicago public schools. They were awesome in the 90s, and now it's horrible. So for us, it was either between the villain that we know is a literal villain, and all of us have experienced his villain behavior, or you can get this man with this weird haircut from the West Side, and you know that the Austin community has all this love and care in our hearts. So you believe you got to get a homeboy from out West, but he's really from Elgin. You know, he's not from the West Side.
No. Don't try to not claim him now. That nigga from the West Side. He live over there by y'all in Emerson Park.
You said that is y'all boy. Don't try to
That's y'all boy.
I do want to tell you this, though, because I live over here. So his wife, Stacy, who I love to death, that's why I give him a whole lot of grace. Even though I'm the one who holds it fire the most, I give him a lot of grace because of Stacy. Stacy was the chief of staff for the 29th Ward for over a decade under 2 or 3 aldermen. So Stacy, you know what I'm saying, really understands the city. She's from the West Side, and she's the one who gave him social credit. And then he linked up with CTU, and then they elevated him some more. And then now he's, Mr. West Side. And I kept on telling people, he's not Mr. West Side, y'all. We don't know him. But then they call
and look, and that's my whole thing. We know better, because I said, and that's my whole thing, is because we know better. I have been over to the West Side several times in my life, but I have never been over to the West Side unescorted. So it ain't you just don't get to just be over there and just be over there. You don't get to just do that. So my thing is, if we knew that this dude was not from the West Side. He didn't have no roots in the West Side. His girl should not have been enough to give him the cred to where he's like in the mix to be. Everybody should have been just like, nope, we gonna roll with Willie because Willie is our best option and he from the city. And that should have just been the end of it. But we wanted to play those games to where, hey, we gonna get us a black female in here and we gonna try to get us somebody else. And that's where we lose because we went with that whole feel-good politics mentality. And it's not just in Chicago that it happens. It happens everywhere. That chick down there, Henyard, in Dalton, there's no way she should have became mayor.
Wait. I want to give you the whole tea on Tiffany. Okay, I want to give you the whole tea on Tiffany because I know Tiffany and I knew Tiffany, but when she was still a trustee. Okay, this is what's going on with Tiffany because I was on the phone when all of this was being planned. We went to her inauguration and everything.
Besides her stealing the money, go ahead, tell me what the tea is. Besides stealing the money.
I'm gonna give you the whole shebang, but real quick because it's not my space. And again, thank you, Mr. Sotomayor, for the time.
No problem.
So Tiffany, she was a trustee, and then the man before her was the mayor. That man did not have the budget for Dalton to maintain all the clerks that he had at City Hall, so he fired them clerks. So those clerks backed Tiffany because they believed that if Tiffany got back in office, she was going to give them back their jobs. But Tiffany did not give them back their jobs. So then I was in the group chats and in the group conversations, they started this campaign against Tiffany, saying that she was a horrible, terrible individual, so on and so forth. Now, wait, hold on, because I know she's done a lot of bad stuff, but let me finish. So you got those women in that corner doing that. Then Tia Ewing on Fox 32, the anchor from Fox 32, her husband is Tiffany Henyard, baby daddy. So Tia has been using Fox 32 to attack Tiffany, and Tiffany released a press release stating that Tia Ewing, her baby daddy wife, was using the media to discredit her because they were in a custody dispute. Now, at first, I was like, oh, I don't know, this seemed a little too ghetto for me. But then when Tiffany said that she was giving away that $1 million, I think that was like 3 weeks ago, she's like, my live, we're doing $1 million giveaway. So you go to the live and she talks about how they have all this extra money in Dalton and she's going to give $1 million to the homeowners and the renters that qualified to help them, right? And it was a beautiful thing. She talked about how she's Thornton Township supervisor. Dixmoor had a water main break. We had to take the water, so on and so forth, right? It was a nice live. Now, Fox 32 came behind that and tried to make it a whole terrible thing. Like it was nothing, like she was a crook, like she was stealing. And I said, wait a minute. Tiffany telling the truth because this is Tia being messy. And that's when I read Tiffany's press release on my show on the air on WVON. So there is, is bogus. But in the same breath, I can say that Tiffany is not doing anything different than any of these small municipalities around Cook County. They're doing the same thing in Dalton, Harvey, Maywood, you name it. That's what's going on.
Hold on.
Let me
jump in here for 2 seconds.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
Hold on. Let me jump in here for 2 seconds, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So, and this is me, Tommy. So other mayors and municipalities and things like that, they out there saying, bitch, better have my money, pay you what you owe me.
Tiffany is a character. But
look, here.
You know her? To know her is to love her because she is a character. No, and she will go to jail. Just like let me tell you, so many people are focusing on Tiffany, but this is the story that nobody's talking about that I keep pushing on my show with the city treasurer, Melissa Conyers Irvin. She's the one who needs to be in federal jail. Let me tell y'all what her and her husband, Jason Irvin, did. I'm going to give y'all some quick stories. So I'm going to shut up for real. So,
you got to follow me back. I got to have you back on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for following me. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so Melissa and her husband, Jason, they go get somebody from the treasurer office. They say, girl, take the day off. You're going to run some errands with us. So she takes the day off. They go to these senior citizen buildings, these CHA senior citizen buildings with these boxes of ham. They tell the seniors, come downstairs. Everybody gets a ham.
Sorry, stop. Time out. Wait.
Hold on one second, young lady. What did you want to know, Brian?
What did she say? Say that again, Dan. What?
Them hams. They brought their hams. They had them hams on Front Street.
Yes. the pieces of pork. They brought pieces of pork to him. No, we don't. Not in Chicago. We don't eat pork. That's overall. That's like because the West Side people don't eat pork, which even makes the story even more egregious. Now, they go to the people, they take them to pork, blood pressure and worms, and they tell the elderly, okay, you guys sign this sheet of paper right here so that we have a record that you're getting your ham. So they come downstairs with their scooters and stuff, sign for the hams. The gag is, my people, is that this was not a sign-in sheet. These were 2 petitions, one for the chief of staff for the alderman, one for the chief of staff for the treasurer. They tricked those people into signing those petitions, and that, friends, is a violation of the number 2.
Oh my God.
Now Melissa is running for congressman against my congressman Danny Davis, who I love to death.
Danny.
Yeah, he's like my goddaddy. I was raised in his office. This is why I'm so well versed about federal. When I graduated,
like this woman, she just know how. She just a talk. You know, I did the Ice Cube song. Many of y'all might not know I'm an old man. It was a song Ice Cube had with a group called West Side Connection. And Ice Cube comes in to rob at the beginning of the song. He comes in to rob the McDonald's. And when he's trying to rob the McDonald's, he said to this man, I've been wanting to do this shit for years. He said, I've been wanting to do this shit for life.
For life.
That would sound like you've been wanting to say this shit for life.
I was like 10, 11 years old. My daddy was a huge community organizer, not activist on the West Side. And the city of Chicago is actually about to build a monument statue in his honor. So, like, I did this at a very high level my whole life because my daddy was literally that dude. And so when I graduated from high school, I had 500 service learning hours from volunteering in the congressman's office during high school. 500 and got a scholarship from the CBC. So I've been doing this a long time. I digress. So Melissa and her man, the second thing Melissa did. So she's been running for Congress this whole time. And so during COVID, she was having these prayer meetings specifically with West Side preachers. And the people in her office was like, yo, if you're the treasurer, you having these prayer meetings, it has to be diverse. You just can't have West Side preachers. She told them, nah, man, y'all business. So then she fired them, and then they sued under the Whistleblower Act that she was found liable of violating that. And the Chicago IG stated that she should be prosecuted under the state of Illinois' official misconduct statute, which is a class 3 felony. They have not said anything about it. The IG report came out last month. I keep saying every week, yo, where the charges at Kwame Raoul? Where the charges at Kim Fox? I ain't seen no mugshot. No perp walk, and this lady is supposed to be in jail right now. So that's the second thing she did. The third and last thing that she did, like I said, this lady is scandalous, and that's why she finna get her butt to jail. She so we got the ham, we got the nightly thing, and then there was one more thing that she did. It'll come back to me. But anyway, I said all that to say they're focusing so much on Tiffany, but Tiffany ain't never did nothing like that. Tiffany ain't never went to the senior citizen building and disenfranchised a bunch of elders for a piece of ham. No, she didn't do that. But because, again, you got Tia Ewing, who, seemed like a cool person, but she is a leader in Chicago media. They're attacking Tiffany. So that's why I don't get into Tiffany conversation, because I'm more focused on that our treasurer needs to be locked up. Oh, just remember, y'all, last thing. The city of Chicago has $9.8 billion currently in BMO Harris Bank. Melissa went to BMO Harris Bank and told them, y'all need to give my pastor a mortgage on his church and community center because the city of Chicago got $9.8 billion and he my pastor, and that's going to show good fortune between the city of Chicago and the bank. So the bank started emailing each other like, what? What is she talking about? She tried to leverage her position as treasurer of the city of Chicago to get her pastor a mortgage. And then when they about it on TV, y'all know what she said? Well, yeah, I did it. It's my job as the treasurer to advocate for the citizens of Chicago. So then I'm like, if that shows, why did you go advocate to the SBA to FEMA to give us loans on the West Side when we got flooded out this past summer? But that's the kind of see if you want to advocate to the bank, you should have been doing, because you know we lost all of our stuff. In the Austin community, all of us been here for 30, 40, 50 years. So to get 4 feet of water in your basement, that take out a whole lifetime worth of memories. People still got mold in their basements. Yep. She didn't go advocate on our behalf, but she went to go advocate for her pastor. And that's why she going to jail. And that's what the people need to be focused on, not Tiffany Henyard. And I'll land there. And again, thank you so much, Mr. Tommy Sotomayor, for letting me speak in your space. You like a legend. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, I would love to have you. Let me tell you something. For y'all who don't know,
Tiffany still need to go to jail.
Well, y'all
I was about to hit that, but go ahead. You say what, bro?
But for those of y'all who do not understand, I've been around a few Chicago chicks, and I could definitely tell you that they can talk that long, and they will tell you some dirt. And they they tell it. It's just this wonderful story how they tell it. And listen here, and let me tell you,
she know what's going on. Hey, but look, all the while with Tiffany Henyard talking about she about to give away this $1 million, nigga, they're about to repossess the police cars in the city authority because they ain't paid the bill for them yet. So
they gonna repossess
on that bullshit. Yes, they like y'all ain't paid the bill. So all the police cars they ain't paid the bill on. They paid the notes. So they like, well, look, y'all ain't paying for this shit. We gonna come get these cars. Y'all ain't just gonna take us for our cars and just not pay them. So it's like she is not just mismanaging the money. And Dalton has been, as far as just finances, it's been a struggling city from the giddy up, from the beginning. So it's like for years now, it's been terrible there. The property taxes are just outrageous there. So it's like they're taxing the people, but they don't have businesses and stuff there. So the few businesses that you do have, you have someone like her who's literally going and shaking them down, shutting them down, not giving them their business licenses to renew, having their businesses raided. And she's doing that to the few businesses that are there. When you know the city is struggling like that, why would you be the main person trying to mismanage funds and basically steal the money? She has a police detail around her. Meanwhile, and Dalton's not that big. Meanwhile, you got shootouts at the convenience stores in the neighborhood. And you got 5, 6, 7, 8 police officers surrounding you that the city's paying for as your own personal bodyguards. That department's not even big enough to do that. But yet and still she's doing it at the expense of the people.
The taxpayer. No, and I could dig it, honey. I never said she was right. I never said that Tiffany was innocent. I just gave you a fuller picture of what
that's good. Yeah, absolutely.
That's all, but she did wrong. But let me tell you
this: she did wrong.
Tiffany doing the same stuff Tiffany doing in Dalton. They do, like I said, Harvey, Dixmoor, Phoenix, the West
Riverdale,
little black suburbs, because they have over.
Wait a minute. What was the name of one of those cities?
Riverdale.
Dixmoor.
Yep.
Dixmoor, Illinois. That's a real spot. What are you laughing at?
It is.
The most egregious thing Tiffany did was when she put into play that the next mayor, should she get voted out, will only make $25,000 a year, when she herself is taking hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
So yes. No, that's not her mayoral salary. She's getting that big bag from being the supervisor of Thornton Township.
Okay.
Yeah, because Thornton Township, I think, has 6 or 7 municipalities in it. So she's the supervisor of Thornton Township and the mayor of Dalton.
She's double dipping.
Trustee for 10 years before she became mayor. Yeah. So it's not like she's just somebody out the way. Like I said, she's just doing what they do, but now they're pointing it out.
What is her current mayoral salary?
I don't know. I know it's not. That, like I said, I know that for Thornton Township, she makes like $200,000. But as mayor, that's not where she's getting that big bag from. Because Dawson doesn't have the money to pay for that, and the trustees would not, push her getting a big bag. I know, like I said, I know these people. I was almost the spokesperson for the city of Dalton, but then the trustees did not vote me in because Tiffany liked me and they would vote no for everything for Tiffany, which is a great thing because then I would have been the one in front of the camera trying to explain all this to the people, and I don't need that associated with me. So you can count it all joy. But it's my people. I'm telling y'all, I'm doing this in the city. I've been doing this, just 10 toes down. I left the country. I went into political exile in 2016. And then when I came back in 2017, I ended up getting an invitation to the White House because I want to go talk about housing to Ben Carson. And I've just been doing Black Chicago for Trump ever since. And because I check all those boxes, I'm an AKA, I went to HBCU, I've been married, I speak languages, I got a good job. I check all the little validation boxes. There's no way for them to invalidate anything that I say, on top of the fact that my hood loves me and the whole city loves me. So they can't do anything but listen to what I tell them. And I'm turning the city against them. Not against them, but I'm just helping us get our self-esteem high enough so that we are confident enough to make better choices. And it's working.
So here's what it is, just so y'all can know. It says that she's making close to like.
Wait. There you go. Now go, Brian.
Yeah, so they're saying that she makes close to 300,000. So she's in that ballpark. However, 224,000 of that is coming from the Thornton Township. And then I guess that rest maybe, I don't know, 70, 80,000, whatever that she's getting. That's probably what's coming from Dalton. However, you got to think about it like this. Dalton is about maybe 20,000 or 21,000, I think it says, people in it. So like I said, this is not a big city by no stretch of the imagination. They have no type of major commercial stuff there. There's no stadium there. There's no major corporations or anything like that there. I mean, Dalton is literally, at the time when it was at its height, it was just literally an affluent suburb. People who had a little bit of money, they kind of like stayed in Dalton because it wasn't too far from the city, right off of the highway, and it was ideal in that regard. But it's like now, because of just
affluent is a big word. Dalton ain't never been affluent. Affluent now.
Back in the late 80s and early 90s, when it was white folks still over there, it was pretty decent. It wasn't the ritzy ditzy part of the suburbs out there like a University Park or Olympia Fields. But in comparison to the close proximity of the actual downtown city, it was one of the better areas to live in. They had plenty of stuff there as far as just like your regular community stuff, where you want to go raise a family or whatever. They had stuff like that there in Dalton. But because of the mismanagement over the years and the taxation that they put on the people, everybody left from over there. And that's when us moved in and we just did what we do. And that's how it just got to where it is now. But you can't bring it back. You can't bring any type of city like that back when you're constantly mismanaging funds and literally just taking from and taxing the people that's there. You never gonna grow. You just gonna keep it run down and you're gonna keep running it in the ground, just like those surrounding suburbs, like she said, in Harvey, same way. Over in Riverdale, same way. Dixmoor, same way. So they're all doing it, but these are all people that look just like us that's doing it.
Well, that's what I wanted to segue to ask Black Chick, since she jumped in, and anybody
Black Chicago for
Black
Trump.
Chicago. Sorry, damn it. I'm sorry. All I see is on the thing, it says BLACKCHIC. So that's all it says. I'm like, it's got this Black Chick up here. Anyway, I want to ask you what we were talking about, which is, should Blacks trust in these Black politicians? Because let's just say, even when we get out of Chicago for a second, and we go, because I used to call Chicago America's sewer. Well, a lot of that stuff got to come. I did. But it's got to come from somewhere. And again, where it came from was the toilet, right? The sewer stuff come from the toilet, Detroit.
Lord have mercy.
So in Detroit, before the shit went down in the sewer of Chicago, you had people like Kwame Kilpatrick, in which Blacks trusted him. They threw all their votes behind him. You can go and see what they had. When I don't really know, maybe some people in DC can talk about it, but Marion Barry, your mayor, done sit up there and got caught smoking crack twice. The Charlotte mayor, one of them was a Black guy. He got caught being bought for $30,000. The list keeps going on and on here in Atlanta. I can tell you about corrupt Black politicians. So my question to you is, and our question to you is, should Blacks trust Black politicians? Because I'm sorry, I've seen more Black politicians do Blacks dirty, and take their trust and just smash it against the wall than I've seen whites. You tell me.
So, should Black people trust Black politicians?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now, the reason I say yes is because just because you're Black does not mean that you're going to be inherently corrupt. However, we should not blindly trust other Black politicians, because even with me being on the radio talking about Brandon and Melissa and Fonnie Willis can't, whatever, she banned her man and messing up her job, people come to me and say, you shouldn't say nothing like that about Black folks. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And it's like, no, we cannot excuse dysfunction under the name of the race. The ancestors would never agree with that, right? That actually makes them very, very sad. So we have to love ourselves enough to hold ourselves accountable. But because, again, we're dealing with people with low self-esteem, their self-esteem is so low that they say that even if these people mess up, that's okay that they messed up, because at least I got something. And when you have that mentality of at least I have, then that means that you're coming from a place of lack and low self-esteem. So we, again, have to raise the political and patriotic self-esteem of our people in order for us to want to hold our people accountable. And I'm telling y'all, that's what's happening right here in the city of Chicago in real time. Straight up, I'm out here every day. I live in 60651, the middle of Austin. When they talk about Chirac, they talking about my neighborhood. And that's okay, because I love it over here. Both my grandparents had buildings over here. When my parents graduated from college, they said the white man ice not cold, the white man water not wetter. We not moving to the suburbs. We moving back to Austin. Forget Oak Park. So I grew up in the middle of the hood, upper middle class. So I understand what I'm looking at. I understand the Black intellectual class and the low self-esteem that exists there. I understand how the Black intellectual class, because their self-esteem is so low, how they play on the low self-esteem of the Black middle and lower class. You know what I'm saying? So the core, the root of all of this function that we have is low self-esteem. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. Because if you had higher self-esteem, if our people before us had higher self-esteem, we wouldn't be in the conundrum that we're in. But we've been so busy going along to get along that here we are. But I'll tell y'all this, Barack Hussein Obama cannot get an audience of 1,000 Negroes in the city of Chicago. He cannot. So that shows you right there that we are really starting to take an audit of our past choices and our leadership, and we are going to have better choices. I feel in my heart that this city is about to go red for Donald Trump because of these illegal immigrants, and it's about to shock the whole nation, just like we did in 1968. Watch.
Well, I would say this. I think that the problem is that we shouldn't trust not just Black politicians. We shouldn't trust no politician. We have to hold our politicians to a standard. We got to hold our politicians to an agenda before we elect them. And I think that is what our problem is, because shouldn't nobody be able to get our vote and get our support just because they Black? And that's why Tiffany Henry was saying what she was saying. Y'all shouldn't be jumping on me. I'm Black. Y'all Black. I'm a Black woman. Y'all, I'm just trying to love on y'all.
The DA in Georgia said the same thing. Go ahead. This was cutting you off there. The DA in Georgia said the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I mean, we use that as the you should vote for me just because I'm this. And my thing is, because that goes to show you how less of us they think. So yeah, your upper middle class and those people that are connected in the city, that's one level of people. But I'm saying those people that are trying to get the Black vote in general, they should not be able to say things like that and we're okay with it. They should not be able to come, just like Fonnie Willis stood up in a church. This is a woman who has been allegedly accused of sleeping with a married man, and they allowed her to stand up in a church and say that they racist and that they coming after her because she a Black woman and she's a Black woman in power, and that's why they coming after her. When all in actuality, if we're finding out the truth now, and you know this to be true. When we finding out the truth and we ain't even from the city, you know good and doggone well that everybody in Atlanta knew that she was with that nigga, knew that she was sleeping with that nigga. So it shouldn't have been a thing where we didn't know, but we let her stand up here and defend herself. Nope. We know what's going on in the city, and the people that's in the city know what's going on before it hit the national scene, because it's people like you who are connected and know on the inside. It's people like me who are connected and know people on the inside, and we telling the truth. So it's not a thing to where, well, we got to just give her the benefit of the doubt until they find out the truth. Nope, we know what it is. Everybody knew that chick was sleeping with that dude for years, and she gave that nigga over $600,000. It wasn't just for him; it was for him and her.
$860,000.
Yeah, it was 860,000.
860,000. My bad. I'm just saying, we know what it was. So why would we try to play like we don't know and it's allegedly when we actually know what's happening?
Can I tell you why, love? Because again, we working off a low self-esteem. So it's better. Some people believe that it's better to cover for her under the guise of blackness than to allow her to embarrass black people in any way. So, like for instance, they tell me I should be supporting her. She a black woman. She a AKA. She a daddy's girl. So on. She a black woman. We got all these things in common, right? P. Ray, how could you talk about her and you know she represents black women? And I have to push back and say they ain't got nothing to do with me. That's how big.
She represent black hoes.
Yes.
Black hoes.
That part.
I call her a pick-me. You know, she's a 50-year-old woman who had low self-esteem. She said that she felt lonely on her 50th birthday, and then she went out and she paid her lover $860,000 while paying her own way to be with him.
I would have skeeted in. Listen, ma'am, I would have skeeted in her face for $860, and she could have kept.
She could have found a nigga for $80. She could have found a nigga for $80, and she could have found a nigga for free to knock that for her if she's that lonely. No. We have to get past that thing of where we're saying, yes, if it's low self-esteem, that's one thing, and I get that, but we have to have a higher standard. Period. We cannot let your low self-esteem and our low self-esteem as a people keep us where we're at, because that's what happens to us every time we put somebody in there who got low self-esteem, who got bad financial acumen, who got bad whatever, fill in the blank. It hurts the people, not just her, because this ain't just about Fanny and how she looked. She took $800,000 and gave it to her side dick as opposed to finding a way to help her people and get some brothers out of jail. She ain't did none of that. She just want to sit back, get dick, get money, buy Louis, and go on vacations. And that's all she was concerned about. And we voted her ass in, and we'll vote somebody else's asses in there who would do the same thing, as opposed to having standards. To say, hold on now, we know you're going to steal some money, but you can't steal all the money. We need somebody who can do the job at least.
And see, here's the thing. The thing is, if she's a daddy's girl, the only reason her daddy right now is not ashamed is because she got to take care of this old ass man. He needs somewhere to stay. If he had been a younger man, he'd be shaking his head right now because my daughter done embarrassed me. The one thing about these hoes, when you find out your daughter's a hoe, that shit hit different. It don't matter if you've been around a bunch of hoes. Just to hear your daughter talk like that she was flying dick around the world.
Like, out of all you, I mean, just think about it. Out of her position alone and the position of power that she has, you mean to tell me that's the best nigga she could find? I can't go for that. No, can't do.
Listen, I'm not gonna let you sit there and talk bad about this man that got this dick and this money. You need to stop hating. Anytime a man, right? Anytime a man, yes.
$860,000 and your good government job.
Yes. I will always cheer for a nigga a dick.
Make no mistake. I have no animosity towards this nigga. Kudos to you, my brother.
I even if he fucking my girl, gotta technically cheer for him. This nigga, you was able to get my girl to buy you shit, nigga. I'm just gonna tell you.
I get it. I'm not hating on my man at all. He doing what any nigga would do in that position. All I'm saying is for her and from her standpoint, if she had any type of, you know what, I want to make sure that, yes, I'm in this position and I want to do my thing, but I'm going to make sure that I don't put myself in no position to where I'm going to be embarrassed. I think that she could have found somebody better than that in a position to where she ain't got to funnel 800,000 to this nigga to have a good time with him.
I've been doing my best to try to get in Fanny's Fanny. I done been in her inbox. I done DM'd her a couple of dick pics. I'm trying to get that 860,000. You hear me? I want some of that.
You ain't paying.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, but not straight up though. But that's what I'm saying, y'all. The standards are built through self-esteem. That's why the tagline for my show is a show for people with high self-esteem. So that way, even if you're not a conservative right wing, I'd say my show is like Hannity with a few ain'ts, can'ts, and finnas. Other than that, this straight right wing on Black Chicago radio. But I get the people to listen because when I say it's a show for people with high self-esteem, they say, well, shit, I got high self-esteem. Let me see what she's talking about. And then they come and they listen, and then I'm winning people over. So I'm telling y'all, as we're in this space and we're trying to move our people politically, we got to start speaking to the greatness of them and letting them know that this ain't okay. I was the only person on VON, the whole station, to say, this ain't okay. First off, Black women ain't trying to pay no man half after I gave you $860,000 and I still got to pay for half. Everything a lie, baby. That ain't happening from sea to shine to sea in no Negro woman community unless you got piss poor self-esteem.
Baby,
and they were like, I can't believe you said
dick
that.
Will do it. Sometimes these dick will do it.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm a woman. I know half.
See? You done made some bad decisions, bro. You sound like you done made a couple bad decisions.
Please, everyone that is listening and watching this, join us for our show next week is Should Women Be Allowed in Politics?
But my point is, like, again, as we move on people politically, we gotta make sure that they self-esteem in order. Because what the Democrats do is they come around us and they tell us that we ain't nothing but a bunch of welfare rats. Got bullets flying from the ceiling. Our kids can't read. Our men gonna beat us and get high and get drunk. And our women, they legs for everybody. They gonna catch AIDS, right?
You saying the Democrats been saying this?
Yes, listen, babe. I'm telling you, I listened to VON my whole life. That's why when it got a show on VON, because I said this can't be the only.
Listen, I listen to VON too. That it took her to the O. That was one of my favorite songs. King VON is what you talking about?
No, VON, Voice of the Nation, 1690 AM Chicago.
Oh, he thought it was King Von Radio.
Radio station in the nation. If you ever seen Cadillac Records, we the radio from there. So we crowned Aretha Franklin the Queen of Soul. When Martin Luther King lived in Chicago, he hosted the morning show. So we got tons of hours of him clowning.
Why y'all ain't never brought me on that end?
You can come on Black Excellence Hour anytime you want to.
Yeah, you never brought me on. I'm offended by that.
Yeah, come on through. You gotta be offended because now you got a spot.
Well, that is.
You know, ain't no thing. But what I'm saying is, again, we out here. And if an alien came from the edge of outer space and they landed in the city of Chicago and they turned on VON, they would think that Black folks are the lowest, most pathetic, pitiful, nothing group of people you ever want to see. And that's just not true. So when I get on the air and I'm speaking to what the good parts of us are, because we already know what's wrong with us. Everybody, when you put your feet on the floor every morning, you know what's wrong with you. Don't nobody like to be told their secrets to their face. Okay? So instead, I'm going to tell you what's good about you. We done been to somebody's house before they got roaches. Everybody have. A roach can crawl clean across the TV, right? And you know you bet not say nothing. Because if you get the, your house dirty, you ain't, let me shake my clothes. I got to get up out of here. I don't want to take your pets home with me. All it's going to do is hurt that girl feelings.
But hold on a minute. Hold on. Wait. I got to stop you. I got to stop you there. Because let me tell you why. Because maybe if enough people had gotten up and shook their clothes and said, ooh, I can't sit here, you got roaches, maybe that person wouldn't have had roaches by the time you got there. But instead, y'all all took the nice way out and said, let's not hurt her feelings, which is why those roaches are still there.
Love, you didn't let me finish. What I'm saying is, instead of you telling her about her brooches, because she saw that brooch crawl across the TV just like you, what you gonna tell her is, girl, I like these curtains. I like how you match these curtains up with this rug. That shit cute. Okay, girl.
Nope. No.
Hold on. Let me tell you, when you make her feel good about her spot, when you leave, she gonna clean up.
No. 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 That is not going to
you. It works.
No.
I know people who done had roaches for 35 years and they didn't get used to it. Just like the people that Tommy always talking about that don't change the battery in the smoke detector. It'll go off and it won't stop and it'll keep going and keep going and keep going to the point to where you get used to it. And you don't change it.
Listen to what he said. He said it's the one thing that when I came to the internet, I kept pointing out to people that black folks have this thing with the smoke detector going off. And what happened is not saying anything about it didn't make black folks start putting batteries in it. It made more black folks think that damn sound is normal.
Yes.
That it doesn't matter.
And we're talking about a device that can literally save your life. We're talking about a device that warns you if your house is on fire, if your house is getting ready to burn down. And we all know that black folks don't have just one person living in their house. So if it's 3911 of y'all in the house, you need a smoke detector to give you that warning so you can get auntie, cousin, uncle, next door neighbor, and everybody else up out the house. However, we will let that smoke alarm, that smoke detector beep until it becomes second nature to us to where we accept it and we're fine with it because we never said anything about it.
Yeah, there are people with roaches that get fine with it because it's just a part of life. That's just how you live. I remember when we had them when I was little, we just made preparations to do other things if the roaches were there. Like you made sure that the damn cereal box was closed up tight. You made sure you didn't leave no food. Just stupid shit like that. Instead of why the fuck ain't we get rid of these roaches? We don't learn to deal with them. The roaches became a minor inconvenience. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
No, that's a Southern thing.
No, we had that. There's plenty niggas up in Chicago that I know that had roaches. We wouldn't go over their house because they had man, I ain't going over there. They got roaches. But the thing was, we had roaches at one point in time, and we didn't have nobody in our house. We had the Orchid Man showing up. We had the Orchid Man showing up to get our shits together because we did not want to live with roaches.
Yeah, and again, it was just an analogy. It's an analogy. We don't have to sit there and talk about who really got roaches in their house. I don't think that's where we need to go, sir. I don't think that's where we need to go. So it's the devil just showed up. God, dog. The fuck did Satan get on my panel?
Let me touch on this title.
Go ahead.
Do blacks trust black politicians or those who claim to be pro-black?
Yes.
If you do not have any control that we can analyze within the areas of activity, you can't really be trusted. We have an activism problem.
Oh, yes.
Like activists.
Keep talking, girl.
Their main job is to bring attention to a problem. That is what activists do. There are people who actually do something about that problem, but for the most part, we have the Jesse Jacksons, we have the Al Sharptons, we have this pocket of people where they just show up to stuff and get paid, you know? And the problem with that is that they're not qualified to solve any problems. The only thing that they're qualified to do is to point them out.
How cool would it be if they had a business card and it said Al Sharpton, underneath it said show up to stuff, and then his number and email?
Because I mean, that's all he do at this point.
Yeah, that's right. Just show up to stuff. He does nothing.
But I also think that using the areas of activity and things that we can analyze, such as black business owners, that's a wide variety of things. That's trades, that's tech jobs, that's healthcare, that's education, that's politics, that's war, that's a wide variety of things. And if you don't have anything in that we can attainably see and analyze, you really cannot be in positions of power anymore. And that's simply what it is. But we also need to stop undervaluing people. Like, let's be for real. I know a lot of niggas who got out of jail became barbers or truck drivers and are now major community players because everybody already knew them and they just changed their life around.
Thank you.
So people just try to down people, and we really just need to stop talking about every fucking body. Put some things on paper, see what makes sense and where we need to go, and then vote based on the policies that serve us as community as we rebuild and perfect our culture.
Ooh.
Until recently, we've never done.
Hold on a second. I enjoy that, but it said until recently.
And if you want,
why in the hell is it doing that? I hate this thing. Now it done cut a nigga off.
It's about it, but it just seems anti-black. It's not like a real reason because body.
rice before bed,
Put some things on paper, see what makes sense and where we need to go.
Are y'all there?
I can't hear her now.
I done fucked up and did something wrong. I did some shit. Hold on a second.
But it just seems.
There she go.
No, that ain't her. That was her
no.
from 5 minutes ago. That's who that
was.
Oh,
okay.
The context that it was used in the time that is relevant to me, the effect of that cultural influence has made that into a negative connotation. In the 1500s, it probably had a different cultural meaning that I will recognize. But based on the time period before me and its effect on history, now the cultural meaning is this.
What did they call this in the 700s?
If my answer was that for the 1400s, why do you think it's different for the 700s?
If the word black did not exist before the 1500s, what were we called prior to that?
Oh my gosh.
That's the question.
Look, the way that I view black is that I view it as I view it as the new Black American ethnicity. It's the ethnicity name that we have chosen because it marks the stripping and the amalgamation of a group of people. And so the way that you're doing that, I respect it. I get that you want to have this moment, but I really don't care. I'm Black now in 2024, and that's my ethnicity's name. So regardless of when it didn't exist or when it became to be, it's a thing now.
It's not an ethnicity, it's a color, it's an adjective. See, an adjective.
And we want it to be an ethnicity name. And we're going to enforce that, and we're not asking for permission to do that. We're saying that Black is going to be our ethnicity name, and we're going to put that in place politically. Just wait on it.
In 1985, Jesse Jackson switched us all to African American.
I'm not talking about that snitch ass nigga who had something to do with Martin Luther King death. Fuck him. He don't cry nothing over here in Black.
African American. When you check
that's whole shit. Okay.
How? But you don't have any political power.
Just give me some time. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, hold on. I got a question about something that she said. And whenever she made a reference to perfecting our culture, what are you referencing when you say that?
I'm saying that we need to build our own academic standard, our own beauty standard. We need to rebuild our own our businesses. We need to actually.
Who's the we though? This is what I'm trying to get at.
Those people who identify as Black.
The Black community.
No. Hey, let her answer that for herself, man. Please.
The Black community.
I want her to answer it.
I'm telling you, you're right. The Black community. I was about to get irritated, but I'm just like, let me not get irritated.
Y'all are funny. First off, stop getting irritated. This is not the thing to do. These people are not your enemy. They're trying to fuck. So do not be irritated towards them. No.
He said they trying to fuck.
These guys are trying to fuck. Don't get mad at them. Go ahead.
I'm saying that Black is an adjective, just like white is, just like orange is. It's a descriptive adjective that describes a person, place, or thing. People from Japan do not call themselves yellow, right? They have a nationality. They are Japanese. Sudanese people do not call themselves even African. They call themselves Sudanese because they come from a nation called Sudan, right?
We
are American.
These are facts.
Right?
That is what shows up on your passport, right? So, and to be honest with you, the Europeans that found us described us, the 1830s Webster Dictionary definition for American describes the various copper-colored Americans found here in 1492 when Columbus arrived. So when you can put a penny, you can grab a handful of pennies. You're gonna see all different shades of pennies. They're made of copper. And you'll find a penny that you can put on your wrist and it'll look like it damn near disappeared. Because we are the Aboriginal Americans, not anything else.
Like adding to that, and that's ultimately what I wanted to add on to and get at as well, because when she says, that she wants to help perfect our culture, I think that she's only referencing a small subsection of people that identify with whatever she's calling Black, and she's not referencing Americans, because I'm a Texan. My skin tone, we would identify, the same, but I'm a Texan, I'm an American. I identify based on ideology and values. I don't identify with with these color games that people are playing out here. It's really going to, get you caught up in exactly...
Divide and conquer, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's going to get you caught up exactly where the enemy wants you. And if you're playing these color games and you get caught up where the enemy wants you, then best believe you're as much as a slave as any Negro or Black person that you want to reference was back in the day. So, and you got to rise above that. And it really is a mental, it's next level, next dimensional minds, like mind games happening here. And if you, want to play these black and white games, then you the enemy. Simple as that.
Tommy, can I
respond to that?
Yeah, hold on. Let her respond. I just want to hear what you have to say in return.
Well, I think that's a very intense sentiment, and it was crazy. But I understand where it's coming from, I guess. But realistically, it's not to be un-American, but it's about the fact that with the culture that I'm talking about, the talking points that you're spewing are sort of the issue that I'm having. I want my subculture to be reflected and respected within American culture. And there is an attempt and there is an attack on my ability to do so. And so I'm centering a certain thing in order to have a better result for people who look like me, in order for us to set things that are cultural, such as political standards, academic standards. I want to have my chance at writing a textbook. Why didn't I get, so these are the things that I'm talking about. It's not to, wait, hold on, I didn't interrupt
Yeah, let her finish, please.
When I'm talking about what I was specifically write a textbook on, I would probably write a textbook on the psychology of the colonized mind. But that's a separate conversation.
It's been written, though.
And I would write another one. Just like they got 18 editions of the same damn book. What is you on?
Well, I'll explain what I'm on. What I'm saying
is I'm trying to finish explaining what I'm on.
You just asked me what I'm on, though.
But it was rhetorical. You on some bullshit. I already see it.
Oh, I'm on.
So just let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, if y'all can, just please let her finish, and then the next person comes up, please.
All right.
But when I'm talking about perfecting our culture, I'm talking about bringing back the self-esteem that Black Chicago was talking about by funding in our arts and just sort of building us up, also building up our educational standard and revamping that by being involved in the political system, by being involved in the educational system and going to these meetings. So I'm talking about perfecting our subculture so that we can be more reflected and more respected within American culture in total.
Well, I'd respond with that by saying that we are quite reflected within the American culture. If you feel as if you're not, then that's probably because you separate yourself with the idea of Black. You probably attach yourself to it and play victim on some level. And due to that, when it comes to the idea of making real changes within the community, you're probably never going to be looked at serious by the people that can actually make the difference.
That's a very intense sentiment. And so I just want you to know, that was some hater thing to say. But actually, what I will run down is the fact that I'm actually already a political culture strategist, and I'm already an urban farmer. So these things that you just tried to strip me of my ability to do on some hater stuff, I'm already in the community doing, and I didn't need permission from you to do it. And we got to keep doing this work, y'all, so that we can make sure that we control our housing, employment, education, and food, so that at least our people are safe. And while we're going through whatever it is that we're going through, at least we can also generate some jobs. And that's sort of the main goal, is having a FUBU style community where at least you are reflected and you control it and you make the money from it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let Black Chicago.
Yeah, so I've been raising. Yeah, that's why I've been having my hand up. Man, Mr. Bell, you ain't raised your hand.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta wait. We got two guys over here that's supposed to be trying to moderate this thing. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You got two guys over here that's supposed to be moderating this thing, and we have allowed this thing to go. And yes, put your hands up, and that's how we will let you know what's going next. Brian, what did you make out of what you heard?
So my thing would be this. Looking at what our culture has been for at least the past 40 years, do you think that is something that we should still be trying to put at the forefront? I believe that guy that was speaking has a point when he talks about us being Black Americans, because whatever it is that we have and that we want to be a part of our culture, I kind of think we do need a reset. Because when you look at all of the shit that we have in our culture as Black people today, I think it's too much to try to go back to correct, as opposed to hitting the reset button and starting anew. What we were as a culture in these past 40 years and what we were as a culture 80 years ago, it's two different things. They're worlds apart. So us trying to still attach ourselves and latch on to what has been, I believe that is very problematic for us, because some things that are in the rearview mirror need to be left in the rearview mirror. They shouldn't be at the forefront of where we're trying to go. We should be able to look in the rearview mirror and say, damn, yeah, that shit is back there and that shit wasn't all good. But we should be going towards what we see in the future and using that to establish ourselves so that we can learn from our past, but still forging forward to give us a different type of future. And we can't do that when we're still trying to hold on to Black Power, the Black Panthers, the SCLC, the NAACP, SNCC, and all of that. That was in its time. And I think we're in a different space and we have a different opportunity to improve ourselves as a whole. And holding on to that thing of trying to separate ourselves, I think that is very problematic for us.
Now, go ahead and jump in. Black Chicago.
And I apologize for talking over people. So, to Joey's point,
I hate your mic, but go ahead.
As a Negro, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can, but I hate your mic.
Shoot. I'm sorry, I got my headphone in. I'm sorry. Hold on. You can't hear me well. Hold on. One moment. I know Spanish and French fluently, love. I'm a polyglot. I know all my colors in 3 languages. But here in the United States of America, our ethnicity has been identified as Negro. And although Negro means Black and Spanish, in the American sense, it means that we are the hybrid African European native people who are exclusively found in the North American country of the United States of America. When I moved to Senegal and I was sitting at that bowl eating that cheb is Wolof for rice, eating the rice, and I heard them calling me a tubob in Wolof. If you ever seen the movie Roots, you know that tubob is the Wolof word for white person. And so y'all know I went clean off in French, right? I'm like, how y'all gonna call me a white person? I'm Black just like y'all. And they were like, no. We're not saying you're white. Of course, we can see that you're not European. But what we're saying is you're tubob, as in you're foreign. You don't eat like us. You don't dress like us. You don't sit like us. You don't eat like us. You don't do anything like us. You are American girl. Everything about you is American. And y'all, that was my patriotic moment. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm an American. You right. Yeah. USA, right? But I'm saying you're Aboriginal though. But I know, love, and I heard you. I'm telling you, I heard you, and I'm not knocking that because I know that I am. My people from Greenwood, Mississippi, which is a Choctaw Negro town. Look up Greenwood. Yes. I already know. Trust you. Go ahead. So I know what my people are. I know who I am. When I say I know who I am, I know who I am. I had my great grandma here with me as a child. She was born in 1915. So I know we proud Mississippi people, baby. That's why we still got these accents up here in Chicago country as we want to be. But what I'm saying is because we are such a beautifully unique tribe of people, I look at us as an American tribe, not necessarily as a group or a drop in the bucket of Black people all around the world. Just like you got the Wolof and you got the Mandinka and you got the Bambara, you got the Negro of North America. And we are so.
We lost him.
That's in our blood too. So I got the Choctaw with me. I got the African. I got the white. But I did a show on this called "Massa is Massa." When the Union Army went to Mississippi, they went and freed my white man, and they went to Greenwood and freed my people from the Choctaw Indians. You understand? So I see them all as the same. I have no more deference or reverence for any of those bloodlines because I know again how I got. How I don't know about everybody else, but I'm talking about me. So because we are this mixed group of people, I call us the Negro. And the Negro has been codified in U.S. text. The Negro has been codified in U.S. law. Everything. The Negro exists in America as a unique tribe. But what we've allowed ourselves to do, somebody else mentioned Jesse Jackson. We talked about this last week. Jesse Jackson in 1994 got up with the NAACP, Urban League, all these foreign African groups. And the reason that we went from being Black, because Black started to gain popularity during the Black Power movement. Before that, we were Negro and we were colored, but Black folks preferred Negro over colored. And Gallup actually did a poll in 1969 about this. So I'm not just pulling it out the ass. So we went from Black to African American because Big Jesse wanted to give us a hyphenated name just like everybody else. And he said that way we will be more on board with them and then we could start talking about cross-cultural connections. But the gag is we ain't got shit in common with them. We ain't got nothing in common with the children of the immigrants. So why do we have to add a hyphen to our name to bring us to the level that they were at? And Big Jesse said that he did this also so that if we were ever to get reparations, we would be able to wrap in those African nations who sold us as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's all foolishness. So for that reason, I don't identify as an African American. I don't identify as a person.
Could you add?
I don't. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, JV.
Could you add exclusive?
Yes, ma'am. Exclusive. Oh, you talking about exclusive? That part. You ain't talking to me. I thought you was talking to me. You trying to get your homegirl up. But hey, it's exclusive.
I'm cool with the Negro though. I'm cool with the Negro. But when I talk about perfecting culture, what I'm really talking about is the fact that we can't get rid of the things in the past. Culture.
But Jelly, I wasn't even done, love.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what I'm saying. Hey, exclusive. Hold on, wait a minute. Then I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let everybody talk for real. But what I'm saying is, I stand on Negro, and we have enough to already show that we are a unique, exclusive class. We got our own language called Ebonics. Ebonics is literally, y'all, Wolof translated into English. It's the same word. And you know that there were so many people speaking Wolof in this country that the word "okay" is now a part of the American lexicon. Okay is not an English word. That's a Wolof word. So there were so many people speaking Wolof in the beginning of our country that Wolof words are actually a part of the American lexicon. And I'm telling y'all that as P-Ray cultural linguist, MED. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. But there's a lot of,
sir.
not trying to be funny, but there's a lot of words from a lot of cultures that made them way into
but not no other African languages are found in the American lexicon like Wolof. So we got jazz, we got gumbo, we got okay. It's a whole bunch of words I can think of, but those are the ones that I know that are most prevalent. You won't find Yoruba words like that. You're not going to find Igbo words like that. You're not going to find Bambara words like that. But that Wolof is present. And what I'm saying is we got our own language, we got our own customs, we got, like, for instance, when I was in Senegal, I was eating these black-eyed peas, right? Y'all know I was stopping them up. And so I love them. Well, black-eyed peas come from Africa, so I'm eating the black-eyed peas, and they're like, "Oh my God, you know these? Do you know this dish, American Girl?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we eat this on New Year's for good luck." And then my white girl roommate from Michigan's gonna say, "That's not true." I told her, how you gonna tell me that that's not true? Black folks ain't eating black eyed peas on New Year's. We don't tell white folks all our secrets. Yes, we do. But that's what I'm saying. That's such a cultural trait, an artifact for us that, again, that speaks to our culture. That speaks to how we're being, how we've already delineated ourselves. I've already accepted that black folks live in a whole different America. And I'm going to land with this one because I can give stories for days. I work in finance and my job is like 90% white male. So one day we had a Saturday shift to do, and we were talking about things we would be doing as children rather than having these headsets on. And they were like, "Yeah, you wake up, you put on your you put on your pajamas, you get your cereal, you watch cartoons." And I'm like, "Yeah," and then you watch Soul Train. And they like, Soul Train. I'm like, Soul Train. And they like, Soul Train. I'm like, Soul Train. Y'all ain't never seen Soul Train. So then this Indian boy gonna say, well, maybe that's a new show or something. I said, no, maybe you're a new American or something, because Soul Train is one of the longest shows to be on TV, and everybody watch Soul Train after cartoons go off. So that let me know right there, y'all, we're living in two different Americas, and that's okay because the United States of America is a Negro country, and the Negro is the world's only superstar, and America's #1 export is Negro culture. If we can believe that about ourselves and how much value we got in this country, we gonna run it. But they don't want us to know that, and that's why the Democrats spend so much time investing in breaking our self-esteem so that we continue to believe that we are low, and the children of the immigrants can come in and feast off of our spoils. Because always remember, y'all, the Negro is American as sweet potato pie. The Negro is American as sweet potato pie. Just like they say American is apple pie, the Negro's pie is sweet potato pie. And that's an American pie too, because we 100% American. And I'll land there. All right.
Oh, God damn.
Hold on a minute. I got to let my co-host, he heard a lot there, and then I come back to you, JV. Brian, your thoughts?
Oh, my God. I got jet lag. That's my thoughts. Did I just fly to fucking Japan?
She was gonna land that plane, but I will say, we can say that she was. Was a lot of positive affirmations there towards blacks, that we are the #1 export.
Negroes,
sorry, Negroes. Because Jelly said that we black, and she bringing black back. So now we got a group that's saying
I got that shit on 17 t-shirts. I'm dedicated now.
See?
I got Black Girl Magic t-shirts. We can't turn back.
With y'all, so I want y'all to fight it out right now for the hearts and soul of us blacks.
Nah, Negro makes more sense politically though, so I cannot disagree.
Damn, that was a short fight. You done bitched up now, Jelly. You were talking shit, the men would question you. This woman over here, you like, I go with that.
Nah,
I go with that.
We just got it on too many shirts. But if we're not going to be Negro or black, it's not about taking our past, but you cannot get rid of culture. It's people's customs. So the only thing that we can do is correct it, as that's what I mean when I say perfect it. But this idea that we can throw it out and just start anew, we can't.
Yeah.
Really so
you absolutely no, you can do it. It's just like how you have. It's just like how you have
and take care of our families.
Brian, go.
It's just like how
hear them. So I'll put my finger up like that.
Okay.
And let when they're finished, and then you can go. But go ahead now.
Gotcha. It's just like how you have Italians. They have things that went on. Hold on, now don't get back on your plane. You just like you have Italians where you have them say, hey, this is what they did in the old country, and this is what we do here in the new country. You absolutely can separate. It's not that you have to forget it, but you're in a different place. It's nothing wrong with doing something new and something different based on where you're at. You have to be able to change from that, because when you try to hold on to everything that was back then, it's too divisive. We all didn't come over here from one tribe, and then that one tribe just was here and we just grew from that. We have to be able to just say, hey, what is the best way to keep, because there's strength in numbers, what is the best way to be all encompassing for Black folks, and to say, hey, this is what we are and this is what we're going to do. And starting from that point, not to get rid of the things that were in the old culture, but to say, hey, those things that were then. Hell, there was an Old Testament and a New Testament. It's like you can absolutely separate the two, because we're in a totally different place.
That is very true. Like, I can't expect my child who was born one at a different time than me. Because if you listen to my daughter, she was born in the same Georgia that I was born in. She doesn't sound like me. But if she was born in New York, the shit she would like the Southern food that we make, but then she'd also like the New York food that they have around that her other friends have. So then she becomes this person that likes both. Then she starts to take some of what it is that we do versus some of what the New York people do, mix it together, and now they have their own new thing. It happens to anybody that's ever been, if you are children of immigrants, you will know that the way that you speak, just like the Spanglish came from, you have people who speak Spanish, people who spoke English, people who were pretty fluent in Spanish or pretty fluent in English, but didn't know how to say certain words. So they just used the Spanish or English word. So hence that's where that came from.
But how does that mean that we can't grow, though? I'm not saying that we can't grow. So where is this idea that I'm thinking that we're taking stuff or just sort of perfecting our culture, as in centering something else, doing something different, trying to do,
well, because I would like to know what our culture is. That's the thing I keep asking. What is our culture? What is the things that link us?
I can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Language,
Hold up. Not everybody answers at once.
It's our politics. It's our family dynamics. It is.
Hey,
the things that
it keeps on. Well, hold on. It keeps being people talking when a person's talking. I really don't know why, because I wanted to know the answer to that question. Now, y'all can fight and duel it out over who's going to answer that. But if someone's answering it, please don't jump in and act like you're the fucking authority and I don't know you, talking about well, let me tell you what needs to happen. No, you don't know these people like that. What needs to happen is somebody need to answer the question I just asked. If anybody wants to answer that question, which Jelly was doing, we're going to go there. Go ahead.
About what our culture is.
Yes.
Our culture is our literature, our politics, our family dynamics, our holidays, our language.
No. Okay, I need you to stop. I need you to slow down. I need you to slow down. Because what you said were things that were very general. Our language. What is our language?
Ebonics.
Our language is Ebonics, but it's also our mannerisms. Like if I'm in a room full of Black people, we all know what the side stare means. We all know that the word nigga can be 7 different meanings. There's a certain mannerism about ourselves. That is our culture. Also when I'm talking about our literature, I'm talking about people like Richard Wright, James Baldwin. I'm talking about Langston Hughes. I'm talking about Eldridge Cleaver. I'm talking about Bobby Seale. I'm talking about Frantz Fanon. I'm talking about a plethora of people.
How is that ours, though, when my favorite writer is Stephen King?
But you are allowed to be different, but that does not mean that these people are not when we look back in history, there's an argument that human production is the only thing that we can judge human history off of. And that is our subculture's human production. That's the culture of it. So whether or not you differ from that does not mean that in the larger scope of history that these people are not representative of this subculture.
So you're saying the majority of Blacks have read Langston Hughes?
No, I'm saying that in the larger scope of history, when they look back at when anthropology and ethnography work is at play, when they look back at that and they find books and paper and scraps and they piece it together, Langston Hughes is going to be mentioned in a lot of things. And that is going to be a representation of a certain subculture in history. So you can dislike him. You can like Stephen King. You can like that short, bald woman that keeps telling all the white women to get to the back. You can like white writers. You can like Robert Frost. You can enjoy Huckleberry. You can do the things that you like to do. But in the larger scope, it's not about your opinion. It's about the history of it.
Well, I guess I was trying to find out, because when you say culture, I would think that we would nail some things down to, this is like, when people see it, they know that's what that is. Like, this is Black culture. Like Nigerians can tell you exactly what Nigerians eat typically. Yeah, they can tell you.
Exactly. I mean, nobody got tape ups until we did. So let's be serious about that part.
Never.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Change the game. Okay.
Jelly, I just want to say you are so intelligent. You are
the tape up is self-hate. Let me see your hairline, because
you said tape ups.
Not when your own hair is self-hate.
Okay, I agree with that.
That's all I was saying. Oh yeah, I agree with that. You know, we're working through that though. And I see your beautiful locks in your photos, sister. So please, I love to see when sisters rock it.
Stop telling that girl that when she got the picture from somebody else. Stop it. Now go ahead.
So when we
Tommy, can I read Federal Directive 15?
Hold on. Let Brian speak, and then I'll let you read whatever this is. Go ahead, Brian.
So real quick, just when we're talking about culture, I mean, we can throw out a plethora of things. However, culture are those things that are taught by us to us from generation to generation. Case in point, the electric slide. They're not doing that over in Nigeria. That's not something that's a part of their culture. However, here, Black folks, Black Americans, we not only do the electric slide, we teach the electric slide. So it's like that's something that you can say, hey, this is something that we are all exposing ourselves to. It's not Langston Hughes. Not to say that he's not a part of history and not a part of Black history, but as far as our culture, we're not talking about I too sing America to our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Those things are not passed down. So yes, they are a part of history, but our culture and how we govern ourselves and how we act accordingly on a day-to-day basis, those are the things that are a part of our culture. Like hip hop, it is a part of our culture. We introduce it and we teach it to, aside from the masses of the world, but to our children. They're exposed to that. So we don't do that with all of those wonderful authors that you named off. We don't do that with our children as a whole in general.
As a matter of fact, it seems like we don't really but that's another thing.
But what if I don't like the electric slide and instead I like to line dance?
No.
You still know it though.
Yeah, he said you don't know it. I mean, he said you still know it. But I want to speak on just this idea of when you're talking about culture, I would think that it had something to do with governing as well. And what I think is sad is that Blacks don't have this governing thing that helps. Everybody else I know, they have this governing thing. Jews have this governing thing that just Jews do, or that they make sure that certain things happen amongst other Jews. They govern the way that they act towards women or the way that men
Asians do it too.
Yeah, they have these things and they're governed a certain way. It's just like when people don't know what chivalry was just what the people of the Knights of the Round Table is, how they acted towards women and people who were like invalids, things like that. It's how they acted. It was a certain thing that they must do.
Yes.
And I don't see that.
Culture.
And hold on. And Mr. Bear, man, if you don't, I done let you up here plenty of times. Me, we all right. I keep trying to talk to you. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you. I ain't said nothing wrong. If you think I'm saying something wrong that much, get the fuck out. Because I've been nothing but respectful to you, even when you've been disrespectful to me. Now, I don't like these Twitter spaces, and I don't like you Twitter space people. I don't. I do it because I fucking have to. I don't like none of you stupid son of a bitches because y'all believe in running people down is cool. Y'all believe in over-talking people is cool. Y'all believe in trolling each other and pretending to have. Y'all some sick motherfuckers. But be glad I don't run shit because I'd get rid of you goofball sons of bitches. If you couldn't show your fucking face and you couldn't show where you live, you wouldn't be able to say shit. I'd have the internet on lock. Pussy niggas wouldn't say shit. But if you got a problem with me, man, tell me what the fuck it is. Talking about this brother Brian, he actually cares for Blacks. And the whole time when I'm talking, even if I'm saying my fucking name, this nigga's putting thumbs down. I'm spelling my name. I was spelling Oscar Mayer. This nigga was thumbs down. What the fuck is wrong with you, dick?
Nigga say hi, thumbs down.
Right. I was like,
good evening, everyone.
Man, I know what I said. It was okay. I said 2 + 2 is 4. I know that was right. Got me up here down myself. Feet thumbs down. I'm like, I put my fingers up. I'm looking. I'm like, it is, right?
Yeah, I thought it was. Let me check my work.
Shit. I don't need it. I already got low self-esteem. You ain't helping me, sir. So leave me alone. Now, I'm going to go back to y'all shit. But about the governing part, it seems like we don't have this thing that we're governing ourselves accordingly. We always say, oh, it's shaking ass. That's a part of Black culture. Getting your dick sucked in the VIP, that's a part of black culture. Skeeting and weave and having her get mad at you, that's part of black culture. Like all these things we say is smart. Look at Black Chicago at that last. That Black Chicago is a freak. I think I said she done made some bad decisions. Black Chicago done made some bad decisions.
You don't know me, Tommy. You don't know me.
Oh man,
bad decisions. Not a lot, but just a few. But I'm just wondering, like we're doing this, why don't we have these strict rules and code of conduct for our people? I will let you ladies jump in. Brian, I'm gonna let you in, but I want to hear the ladies about just why don't we hear about that when we're talking about this culture? We don't hear about that part of it, the governing culture.
See, that's what I'm talking about, love, this whole self-esteem portion. So that's one thing that I always say is that the Negro is American. So all this stuff that people try to assign to our tribe as being exclusively dysfunctional to our tribe, I let people know that's American culture, baby. Because we've been here the longest, so everything we doing is American. Now, because we are dealing with such an ignorant group of people, people will say that gangbanging, that's black culture. Because, I'm right here on the west side of Chicago.
Yep.
They gangbanging, selling drugs, and pimping like it's going out of style. So they, say that those things are black culture, but they are not. Those are dysfunctional aspects of American culture that the Negro encounters the most. Mm-hmm. And that's why we gotta be very careful about defining ourselves and what we accept to be our culture. Like they'll say, if you see a mama cussing her baby out and abusing them and smacking them up all upside the head, that's just how black mamas do babies. No, that's not. That's not. That's her.
Yeah, but hold on. We do have to, but why would we not acknowledge? And I just want you to hear me. Mm-hmm. It does sound like it's black culture, even if it's dysfunctional, because we would make fun of whites that they didn't beat their kids like we do.
Yep.
But they kids,
no, but I'm saying that was our you can't do that. You can't turn it.
Right.
That's like motherfuckers saying, black dudes got big dicks, but it is some white dudes with big dicks. Don't do that. Don't do that. But we say American black dudes are fast, and there is some white dudes that's fast. We get that there's some, but you typically would think of black dudes when they're being fast, and you typically think of abusive parents that just beating their kids, thinking that it's making them better. That is a black thing. Beating your kids thinking it's a good thing. When white people are beating their kids, they know they're being evil.
Well, let me speak to that, because when I lived in West Africa, them kids bad as hell. And let me tell you why them kids bad as hell over there, because they don't believe in whooping kids before 7 years old. They say anything a child does before 7 years old is reflecting poor parenting, not bad behavior. And I'm like, what? Y'all ain't whooping your kids up?
So that tell you that it's still American black culture. Then you just proved it.
That's American culture.
No, it's not, because white people don't understand why we beat our kids like that.
No, the liberal people don't.
White people have never. No,
in Mississippi, they picking switches just like we picked them up here, baby. In Georgia, they was picking switches just like
I didn't grow up in Georgia.
And the white folks weren't picking switches.
No. We used to literally say, and I'm 48 years old, ma'am. I'm 48 years old. We used to literally say we have no idea why they let their white kids get away with so, and we were children saying it.
Yep.
These white parents let their white kids get away with murder.
I didn't know that. I thought they was getting whoopings down south.
No.
Show me something. Thank you. I don't know everything. I'm not the Grand Poobah.
That's why I was trying to tell you that way. That's why I was trying to tell you it was incorrect. What that is literally, you might not like it, but being it might not like it, but that we have to eat that, don't we? We can't just eat the good.
Then we'll say whoopings are a part of Negro culture, right? So whoopings are a part of Negro culture. But this gang banging and racketeering, that ain't Negro culture. That's American culture. Because in Chicago, the Jews did it first, then the Italians did it, then the black folks did it. How is that a black folks issue? When we picked that up when we came from Mississippi, they weren't doing that down south on the plantation. That didn't start till we got up here. So that's what I'm talking about. We are so open to picking up dysfunction and pasting it to our backs and saying that this is a part of our culture when it's not. And we only do that, y'all, because of low self-esteem. It puts me in the mind of the plantation where you whip your child before master whip your child. You got to whip them real hard to show master you punished them. So we trying to pick up all
you just proved again that it was American culture.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
That's all we were saying.
No, but that was a socialized culture. Massa.
It still was black though. Remember.
I'm gonna say this sidebar. When people talk about us calling our people Massa, did you know that comes from a Sinamalian culture because they call their kings Mansa? So you got Mansa Musa. His name was Musa. His first name wasn't Mansa. That just means king. So we came here and said Mansa, which is Massa, and that, again, more roll off in the culture. I digress.
Why would we go? Wait a minute. I thought it was how we said master.
It was master, but it's a mix between master and Mansa because when we came from West Africa, we had these kings that were Mansa. So Mansa Musa,
I never heard that.
Punjaba, so on and so forth. But anyway, again, that's a huge digression because I'm a cultural linguist, so I could talk about this all day.
Well, I get
in
it.
Real life, I ain't here to talk about that. We're talking about our culture. Our culture, we have a very defined culture. We got food, we got art, we got culture, we got behaviors, we got rituals. We have it all. But because we are not properly gatekeeping our culture, we are allowing it to be infected with cancerous tumors of dysfunction that we have now tried to accept as being okay. Like somebody asked me, you ain't never been to jail? Hell no, I ain't been to jail. But I thought everybody, nah, baby, ain't nobody in my family been to jail. Not me, not my mama, not my daddy, not my brothers, not my uncles, none of us. We don't do nothing like that. What? Well, I tell people, I ain't got tattoos. You ain't got tattoos? Hell no. All black folks got tattoos, not in my family, but people attach things to our culture that don't belong to us.
Well, I will say this. I know you said you're a cultural linguist. Well, I myself am a cunning linguist, but I'm more of a master debater.
Show you right.
But Brian wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. So as it seems as though what I'm hearing as far as the bad things about our culture, we're attributing those things to other cultures or other cultures having that influence. However, and it seems like we're giving that the excuse as to why it is. Because yes, there have always been gangs, there's been the mafia, but then there's been nothing like the Gangster Disciples. There's been nothing like the Four Corner Hustlers. Hold on.
Hard time hearing each other, so I'll let you.
Yep. There's been nothing like the Gangster Disciples, the Vice Lords, and going down that line when it comes to how we gangbang. But we will draw lines in the sand for certain things in our culture, like we haven't adopted how white folks cook their food. We don't put mayo in everything. We haven't adopted how white folks do certain things when it comes to how they dress and how we dress. They don't influence that at all. So we have the discernment to draw a line and say, hey, yeah, this is maybe how this group did it, but we're not doing it that way. Yeah, this is how y'all may do it, but we do it this way. That's why there's a difference between dressing and stuffing.
That's right.
But look, so you said that they don't gangbang. So I'm out west. I'm out west Illinois. Okay, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustler Central, and I did some research because I got some very close people to me that are gang chiefs and dons and all that good stuff. So I know the whole West Side gangbanging story about the Vice Lords coming out of North Lawndale because that's where my people from. I also did some more research and I found out about how the Jews were running North Lawndale before black folks got there. I want you to take a moment. I want you to look up a man named Lenny Patrick. Lenny Patrick. Lenny Patrick was a Jewish gangster here on the west side of Chicago in the early 1900s. Lenny Patrick was blowing up, shooting people in front of synagogues, blowing up cars, gang banging, selling drugs, shooting dice, making hooch. You name it, the Jews on the west side were doing it. They were gang banging harder than the Italian mob was. And if you don't research how the Jews were on the west side, you would think that the Vice Lords were the worst gang to ever do it, but it was really them. But the thing is, they learned how to what's the word I'm looking to? Assimilate into mainstream white culture, and then they got rid of that gang banging energy, and then they acted as puppeteers for the gangs over here on the west side. So again, we are only perpetuating a culture that we came into. When our people came from Mississippi and moved to the Lawndale area, they had to assimilate into the street culture there. That's how the Vice Lords came to be. They formed in order to protect themselves from the Jewish and Italian gangs that were already here.
Just like the Bloods and Crips did in California, same way.
Same.
Exactly. And when you look at,
but let me tell you this too, love. Let me tell you this too.
please don't take us to China on this plane. Just take us to Chicago. Go from Chicago to like Detroit.
Yeah, y'all got to go back and forth and be concise. Y'all can't tell me 18 stories about grandma them.
Yeah. Okay. No. This is Chicago history, and I'm talking to a Chicagoan. He's just from out south. But I had the Donna the Foes on my show, and the Donna the Foes told me that he's also the founder of the Pee Wee Vice Lords, and the Vice Lords were a set up corporation. This is why they got all this money from the feds. Now, when they were over here working and doing what they had to do, COINTELPRO came and messed them all up, locked up all the chiefs, and then when they got out, the feds was out of control selling crack. You know what I'm saying? We got to tell the whole story when we talking about our people and our culture. That's all I ask.
They didn't lock up all the chiefs because Keith's still out there. Go ahead, Brian.
Chief Keith said, "Fuck this shit," which gets me to my point.
One of them got away. Go ahead, bro.
So here's the thing, though. That's what I'm talking about as far as the difference. So that guy you talked about, Lenny Kravitz or Lenny Williams, whoever he was, old Lenny, how he ran and how the mafia was back then and how the mafia is now. They still have rules. What the gangbangers were, the Jeff Fords and the Vice Lords and all of them, they all had it organized. And just like at one point, the Gangster Disciples was $100 million business, right? But when you look at when it all came crashing down was when them niggas was trying to buy rockets and they was trying to do this and hang with Gaddafi and all of them. That's when it went to say, hey, we got to dismantle it. So they did. And when they locked up Chief and them, when they locked up everybody, what happened? It was a bunch of little small factions and they started warring over the territory. So they realized we'll never let them get that organized again. So that's why there's so much violence, because when they locked all of them up, when they locked up Hoover and them, it created a power vacuum. They did not assimilate to how it normally goes, to where they follow that chain of command. So we are gang banging differently than the Jew guy did. We are gang banging way differently than gang banging ain't never been like this. The gangs were established back then to fight against the police and to fight against the other people, the Italians and the Jews and whoever else came up in our hood. That's how they started. But once they started making money and they were selling dope and doing all the other criminal shit like any other organization did, it wasn't until they took them chiefs out to where they caused a totally different type of gangbanging to emerge. And that's what we're doing today. Niggas are literally fighting over blocks.
Hey, Brian, do me a favor before we pass it up. Before I pass it over to you, Imhotep, I need Brian to do me a favor and go, woo!
Woo! That Ric Flair. That Ric Flair. Gale wearing. Airplane flying. Rolex wearing.
Go ahead, Imhotep.
No, I wanted to touch base on Federal Directive 15. Anybody can Google this and pull up the PDF. It's the race.
We ain't gonna do it. You know we ain't gonna do it. Go ahead, just tell your story.
No, I'm gonna say the race and ethnic standards for federal statistics and administrative reporting. So definitions, right? A, B, C, D, and E. 5 categories: American Indian, Asian, Black, Hispanic, and white, right? All of them talk about the original peoples of a certain area, right? So Asian Pacific Islander, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of the Far East, Southeast Asia, including Japan, China, and give some examples. Same thing with white, a person having any origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. So somebody who comes from Saudi Arabia and naturalizes as an American citizen becomes white, right? So it's nothing to do with skin color or skin tone. What I also want to point out is All of these categories talk about the original peoples of a certain area, except for Black, in which it says a person having any origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. So they completely delineate countries north of the Sahara versus south of the Sahara and label them as Black. So there's a person named Mustafa Hefni. He is of Egyptian origin. His parents immigrated on visas to go to school. So he went to school here in the Americas and went back as an adult. When he came to get naturalized, right, he was expecting to come in and take advantage of some of the grants that were set up for Black people at the time. Well, when he came to naturalize, they said, "Congratulations, Mr. Hefni, you are white." And he was appalled. He was, a teacher at Temple University. And even the so-called white people were like, "Why are you trying to, call yourself Black when, your people have a history, culture, and a rich history and culture?" And he was completely distraught, didn't understand how this melanated person could be considered white in the United States, because these are just brands and categories that they're using for statistical purposes. It has nothing to do with your skin tone, your ethnicity, or your history and culture. So these are all things that were set up to separate us so that they can control us. I yield the floor.
Brian, I'm gonna let you go because my thought is still to this day, and I'm pretty sure I got it wrong, and I can accept that I'm wrong. But I wonder if we had like these Black people in America and they all believed, ate, acted, and did these things all the same. You honestly believe it would make us stronger with the fact that we have leadership that doesn't seem to be able to get on the same page? Brian, I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk.
As far as the leadership perspective, I think that when we initially started this conversation just about politicians, period, that's part of the problem. I think as far as getting us on the same page, how we identify, it does matter. But I think one of the biggest pieces to bringing us together and unifying us to some degree, it's going to start at the family level. Because when you look at all of these different aspects of being together, coming together, being one of the biggest things that differentiates us from other cultures and from other groups, other races, it is the family dynamic. We are the highest rated group that do not have fathers in the home. And that is one of the things that will bring us together. It's going to take the men to unify us. It's going to take the men to come together and to bring us together to actually get on this page that we're talking about getting on. It's going to start in the home, because you can't have unity as a community. You can't have unity as a people when the men are not there to lead. Case in point, show me the group or the race of women-led people that are together and that are unified. You can't find one. You can't find a nation of women-led people that are united and that have been able to be successful as a group and as a people. It doesn't exist. So we have to get on the same page. And these are just some of the areas that we need to focus on once we do get there. But that whole unification thing, it has to start with men being in the home. Single parenting, co-parenting, it's detriment to our success.
I totally agree. Can I also add something to that, Tommy?
You can.
The largest group of Somalians outside of the country of Somalia is in Minnesota, to the tune of about 30,000 of them, probably more, by now.
It's more Guyanese people it's more Guyanese people in the United States than it is in Ghana.
Damn, I did not know that.
True. Mm-hmm. What I was saying about the Somalians in Minnesota is that they have actually banded together and have, because of their cultural and national identity, they have an allegiance to each other. So when they earn American dollars, they spend it with their community, and it never leaves their community. So They have their own dentists, their own doctors, their own shopping malls, their own schools. They have everything. They're completely almost self-sufficient. Dollars from their community rarely ever go outside of it. And because of their allegiance, they were able to put their first senator in the seat in Minnesota, right? That's how you get the political power or representation for your people is through that national allegiance, what the brother was just saying. But we've been divided by, he's Baptist, I don't fuck with Baptists. He's Muslim, I don't mess with Muslims. He light-skinned, I don't mess with light-skinned people. All these different divisions that have been instilled in our communities to keep us separate so that we will never unite and create any change for ourselves.
All right. Well, let's see. We have Brother B. He just came up here. Talk to me, Brother B. Brother B.
Brother B.
Roddy, I guess you can join in since Brother B is apparently not speaking.
What's up, TJ? Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly clear, brother. Talk to me.
And how y'all doing today, man? TJ, I mess with you, man, because you come off as a guy that really stand on truth, and you like to bring truth to the table, man, and you keep it where it needs to be, and look past all the contradictive shit and, the distractions, and just stand on your purpose of being true, bringing truth to the forefront. And, everything that, the one lady from Chicago was stating is real grounded foundation. The commerce of our country is in Chicago because it's damn near every ethnic group is in the center of Chicago. That's even how it was through the mob. But the Midwest over to Detroit. Detroit was the first city, like real mega city of our country. A lot of people might not know that. But, a lot of people that's heavily black populated is near certain places that's very important. And like what we've been talking this whole time, it's all about the dynamics of what county we stay in. Wherever there's a heavily population of black folks, this is how they take, control the electoral college. So even if we do the mass votes, the main votes, it all goes down to, our counties where we live at, where our actual communities are at. So how they took what was granted to our people. It's called the Reconstruction Act. It was post-Civil War.
Yeah.
You had the president Ruther B. Hayes and Tillman that went. But,
right.
Go ahead if somebody was talking.
Rutherford.
But Rutherford B. Hayes and Tillman was the presidents that was going for the election at the time. So what we seen happen with Trump with the election being stolen, that shit actually first happened during those two presidential seats. But the Reconstruction Act was really implemented for, like the abolitionists of the country and shit like that. That was supposed to give us our commerce as black people. You know what I mean? So all of it goes hand in hand if we just become politically inclined on what's going on. It's not about racism like what old guy Hemotep was talking about. It's not about color or none of that. It's about being politically inclined. I'm pretty sure everybody know how the game of Monopoly is played. And it mimics our corporate structure of America. It's the same thing. They put the game right in front of our fucking face. It's just now you have to understand the lay of the land, documents and treaties, how the railroad got all the land purchased. They were selling the land to certain people to help build cities along the railroad. So all this shit goes with counties, what counties you stay in. And they micromanage us through wherever heavily black populated is. That's how they can mimic it. Where I'm from, we have the oldest congresswoman throughout the country. And I just gave y'all the Ruther B. Hayes.
Rutherford.
And, the Tillman shit. Yeah, Rutherford. My fault.
You gonna stop messing up my great granddad's name?
It's all connected, even where to this day of my sitting congresswoman. She been in her seat for like 46 years, and shit like that is unheard of. Her and Clyburn is the oldest sitting Congress people. So I just land there. I'll let somebody pick up. Appreciate you, T.
Oh, no problem. I want to say, I want to see, Brian, want to piggyback off this. I listen to us talk about politicians, and then I think about Jews. Whenever I think of politics, I think about the Roman senators, and then I think about Jews. And the reason I think about Rome is because, well, that's typically where politicians came from. The reason I think about Jews is because Jews didn't need a politician who was Jewish to do their bidding. And so I look at the established Senate, the Roman Senate, and I look at how business was done back then. You had to get to those people, and you had to make sure that you greased their palms. You had to keep the wheels of justice and the wheels of politics moving. You got to grease a bunch of palms and widgets and things like that just to get it moving, like everybody accepts it. Before anything gets done, money got to change hands. And the Jews realized, because going back what the topic of the show is, should blacks trust black politicians? The Jews didn't have to say we trust Jewish politicians. They made sure they had the game rigged. They bought the politician. They bought the votes for the things that they needed. They, matter of fact, did it through buying them so their face ain't there. Now imagine if blacks put their money behind the politician being a person who was going to do their bidding because they paid for it. And if you don't do my bidding when we paid for it, some of your family members going to come up missing. It wasn't like those people were paying for these things and then didn't get what they wanted. No, when they paid for it, they had a few, fail safes that guaranteed that the money I gave you that changed hands, I got that vote. I think if we stop believing in a black face got to represent black folks, because if you don't remember, every place where colonialism has worked, where white people went and took something, if we just want to concentrate on whites made sure they integrated with the Indians when they came on Plymouth Rock, eat the same food they eat. Then they turned around and started making half-breeds and having the half-breeds that they made go out and represent them to these other parties, to these other tribes. We hold too much to this so-called being of blackness when what we could say is we need to find ways to subvert as well. And the best way for us to subvert would be to get somebody who looks like something that they wouldn't mind working with. And I'll leave it with this. In the movie Sleepers, they had a lawyer who was a drunk and a lawyer who just needed a case. And what they needed that lawyer to do was win. But he needed to be a person that could look like he'd win, because the prosecutor was going to lose on purpose. Well, this alcoholic, they had to feed him lines half the time and keep him sober, but they needed his face to do that job. And I think as black folks, we need to start saying there's a lot of faces we need to do that job. And we can pay for them, even if it's a drunk wino white.
Yep.
What they do on South Park, they paid the homeless man to get them tickets to get into South Park. They don't want to be homeless or you be friends with them. But that's how they got in the damn movie, to see Terrence and Phillip Asses of Fire. Now go ahead, Brian.
And I can take it from there. Just like when you was in the hood back in the day and you wanted to get some liquor or you wanted to get cigarettes, what did you do? You paid the drunk, you paid the homeless man to go in there and buy for you. We need to have that same mentality. And here's the reason why, to add on to that. When you put people who've never had power in a position of power, they usually tend to abuse it. And they do it more so when it's them being over their own kind. So we should not be so quick to put someone who ain't never had no power or who ain't got nothing and give them something like that just because they look like us. We need to look at the best hand possible. It was just like when Tommy was talking about, look what the mob did with JFK. They knew Jack's daddy and was like, you know what? We could probably get this kid in here and we could probably make some things happen and do some things and it's going to work out for us. So what did they do? They funded him. They helped them. They helped steal that election. And
That's
then what happened?
Chicago.
Huh? Yeah.
They stole Chicago. They stole.
Yeah. And what did they do? They was all in it and they knew what the game was until JFK decided not to roll with the punches.
Yep.
And he said, "Oh, so you think we gonna set you up for the win, get you in, and now you gonna come after us? Okay, we'll meet you in Dallas, brother." And they did. So it's like it works the same way. We need to make sure that the as far as our politicians and who we support and put our dollars behind, it needs to be someone who not only can do something for us, but they already know what they got to do for us. We're not just putting your ass in here because you black. We're not just putting your ass in here because you a woman. We're not doing that.
And why don't we do that, Brian? Like, instead of this woman up here going, bitch, better have my money, what these people need to start doing, these politicians need to feel like the old school politicians felt. Like, those who got me here, I am indebted to them and I got to do their bidding, because if I don't, they going to show up.
And show out.
Yes.
That's exactly what it needs to be.
That's what's missing. These black people know they can get in the government and fuck us over, and we still going to have their back, even when they arrest them and take them to jail because they black like us, and that's just racist. And we all sit up there and know that this is a thing, that it is literally, if I'm black, I can fuck over these black folks in politics because they think there's nothing they can really do. And you'll tell them, even at my worst, at least I'm fucking you over and not a white person. That's the type of shit we say to each other.
Yep. And that's why I hate it when black folks say, well, we shouldn't be talking about black stuff because we need to stay on code. We shouldn't let air out our dirty laundry amongst the world. We need to make sure we keep our stuff tight and keep it close here. Even when they are doing something wrong, we shouldn't say nothing because that's putting our business out there. No, that's our problem. And that's why we have the continuous losing streak that we're having, because we won't put nobody on blast. It's like even in my own family, I'm the nigga that's gonna say something. I ain't gonna let shit slide. You're not gonna talk crazy to me, around me, and I not say something. I'm gonna be that dude, be like, what the fuck you say? And I don't care who you are, because if you're wrong, you're wrong. That's it. But we don't have, that's not a part of our culture. For whatever reason, we can go back to low self-esteem, we can go back to slavery, whatever you want to call it. Those are the things that need to change. We cannot thrive and we cannot move forward until we stop doing those things. And we have to insert accountability and responsibility, no matter what color you are, no matter what sex you are, and no matter what your sexual preference is.
That's right. And speaking of getting fucked, did you see what happened to Cam Newton? Damn it, man. And this is the type of stuff that we talk about, black culture. Cam Newton is just, stop laughing, Roddies. The Cam Newton was, I think, just running a camp, and he had trying to break up two niggas, and they fighting him. Like, you ain't ever seen Peyton Manning be caught in the middle of, and Peyton in their camps every year for the last 30 years. He ain't never seen him out to fight the fucking the quarterback prospects. Like, it's fucking stupid. This is black culture. Black culture is stupid. DJ, you got the floor.
Yeah, I want to chime in on what you said, Tommy. I know I'm long-winded, but even what you just said right now is so profound. I mean, this man was literally.
I'm gonna drop and come back. I can't hear my guy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. This man was literally the MVP of the fucking NFL. And he can't even escape the nigga. It's like, bruh, it's like, my nigga, this ain't no like, okay, this nigga was the MVP. This is the at a quarterback of the number.
Yeah, you ain't never had to see Joe Montana to break up.
I just want, like, let's grasp that this shit is dark, bro. We in a dark time. I want to touch on something you said the other day and what the brother just said too.
Mm-hmm.
Is, I had a conversation with Congressman Bobby Rush. I'm from Chicago. Everybody know that. And what the brother said about these politicians and the history, yeah, he know. But I'll say this, man. I told this brother this shit in 2019. I say, man, I'm from the 1st Congressional District. And all these kids, man, all of these kids got famous from your district. Derrick Rose, Anthony Davis, Chief Key. I mean, I know that's a big gap. But all these people, Dwayne Wade, and your policies ain't help nobody, big homie. And you finna go out. I think right now, we don't need no money. If you could give the entire South Side free internet and adequate laptops, you up here questioning Mark Zuckerberg, asking him some old nigga question. Get some laptops, because that's the new battlefield. Because we don't have the skill set. Like, I was a music producer, the brother Choo Choo. We done made his, doing what we doing. My mom had to pay for my laptop from a nigga that broke in the truck for me to have the ability to access my dream, because we was priced out. And, I'm not saying, and Tommy, I know you have views about that. Some people get a job, my mom had a job, but, people get out of their account. I'm saying that to say is that that nigga looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, you got all this money for this in this church and all this shit, and this shit ain't helping nobody. And I'm saying that to say, we got to also think about this, man. It is, and Tommy came for the Fatherless America. He did Fatherless America out here and was with Father Flake and all them niggas. And I get it. And the thing about it is, there is a real issue with skills at this point. Like, what are we really doing? And I go back to the youth, bro. If you young right now, what true skills do you have?
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, do they? What do they have?
I look at Tommy. Tommy ain't just rich just because, he woke up in the morning. That brother got a technical skill set, an oratory skills. He got many skill sets. And, we don't really have that with young blacks right now. I mean, like, we don't have, like, I'm tired of niggas talking, man, we gotta go, it was some guy, I don't want to disrespect him, but we need to start working with teaching the kids the plumbing and that. Hey, bro, it's 2024, my nigga. Like, y'all just talking, nigga. Niggas is built supercomputer. You got motherfucking Sam Altman asked for $7 trillion, and you niggas still telling the black motherfucker, hey, figure out how to screw a light bulb. Like, gee, like, so we got to improve the talking points in the community, because right now, like, I'm not saying all, but by and large, like I say, you get in them schools, man, and you ask just key questions. Who the fuck is y'all listening to? And, who is y'all leaders? What the fuck y'all want to do? If you just ask the third graders around the country, motherfucking, in these black schools, what you want to do, man, nigga might say podcaster, G. Yeah. Nigga might say, I want to be a fucking podcaster, homie. Influencer. Influencer. Motherfucker kites or not. Now, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, in real life, even during slavery, and Tommy said something the other day, he say, man, it's funny, man, when we had the most progress is when we had that foot on our neck.
I said the whip on your ass.
Pressure allow you to be great. Right now, shit, what is niggas' kids doing? I'm not saying it's not kids that's achieving. There are kids that are fucking achieving. But by and large, bro,
it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. You're right. It's like, okay, Call of Duty 2, Madden 28, NBA 2K Slavery Edition. Like, it's like, nigga, we just sit up here waiting. Yeah.
I gotta ask a question if you don't mind. I'm gonna let Brian jump in on this one because you're the third person that's been on the panel. Brian, you and the lady, Chicago, and almost all of you Chicago people. I dated a girl from Chicago. Dated a few of them, and they all seem very well connected politically. It means like they seem to know a lot about politics and they're well versed about it. And I'm shocked to hear that many females, one, do it, but two, a bunch of dudes that y'all will admit y'all came from rough areas, but y'all seem to understand politics. My question is, why are so many, if y'all have noticed this yourself, why are so many of y'all are politically savvy? And why does it still not translate past the street? Because I even listened to King Von, and he seemed like he really knew a lot of shit when you talk to him.
Shit, can I answer that?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna let Brian answer. Then I'll let you. I'll go back to you. Go ahead, Brian.
I can answer that really quick. I mean, because in the city, it's such a machine city. You can't get shit done without knowing somebody who knows somebody who can get the shit done for you. So over the years, it behooved you to get connected with those people. And like I said, most of those politicians, as far as in the Black community, they get connected through the church. So it's like once you are connected to those people and those families, they stay in that power and they stay connected in that political vein for generations. So it's like the Jacksons, you know what I'm saying? It's like I met Jesse Jackson and got connected with them through two different fronts, but all roads led back to them because of how well entrenched they are in Chicago. So it's like once you get connected some kind of way, it's like that 6 degrees of separation. It's somebody that knows somebody that's related to somebody's cousin, best friend, or something that can get you connected. But that's how things work. Like being in the city, I knew how to get my street shoveled before everybody else's. I knew who to call to get my garbage picked up even after my garbage day, because there was so many different ways to get connected in the city. And once you in there, you literally in there. That's how you get a city job. You don't just go and apply on chicagojobs.com and you get in there. Nope. You might be a laborer at best, but to get plugged, you gotta know somebody or be related to somebody to do it, because that's just how that city works.
Wow. I also heard, and I'll let you respond to it, DJ, and then I'll go to Choo Choo. I also heard that a lot of y'all, unlike us, like in the South like that, like a lot of y'all will have a politician somewhere in your family.
Look, I agree. I agree with partially what the brother said. Obviously, I'm 32. I have a difference of opinion. It is a dynamic like that, but let's take it a step deeper, man. This shit, Chicago's a gangster town, bro. I'm talking about the pastors gangster, the fucking imams is gangster. I mean, the Nation of Islam is gangster. The fucking street gangs is gangster. The fucking politician. Hey, how about this? The street gang niggas working with the pastors. If you from out of town and you running a play not to get some money from the government, niggas to fuck you up on some Assalamu alaikum shit like that shit. So you got to think, you grow up in that dynamic and you seeing that that's what that is, bro. So it's like I grew up with a godmother who was very politically connected. That's how you can have a father Flager who was white as snow, motherfucking eating goddamn soup with Farrakhan and they buddies, because it's that type of town in a sense, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to say, you know, it's other towns that's similar to this in a sense. You know, I think that Chicago historically was a better place to settle for a lot of organizations because it was just cheaper. shit, if you really think about it, I mean, New York got that diversity. You got, you got Sharpton here and another group there, and, you know what I'm saying? But Chicago, I mean, you got to think, we got the Nation of Islam here, no particular order, Operation Push. You had Southern Leadership Conference headquarters up here, and we ain't even in the goddamn South. You got Jesse Jackson over there, Operation Push. You got the Hebrew Israelites up the street. You got the goddamn, then watch this. Then you got gangs that's under that. Then you got the sorority and fraternity system, aka headquarters is 5 minutes from Farrakhan. So all these motherfuckers, oh yeah, then you got the Catholic Church down the street. So all these niggas is bumping into each other. Then the art, so it's just I don't know how all these motherfuckers was bumping shoulders with each other in the 60s and 70s and 80s, but they worked away, like, you know, to make money. And if you wasn't in their little clique, like the brothers say, you wasn't getting money in Chicago. And if you beef with them, you fuck around, got your ass killed. On some real shit, motherfuckers was getting killed coming out of town. Like, it was like that. So a lot of Black kids in Chicago, not even just Black, all races, it's just that type of town, man. Now, I tell you this, I never thought that I'd see a date and time where, you know, all races getting priced out of downtown Chicago. All races is getting priced out of Midtown Manhattan. Shit, Tommy, everybody finna be coming back towards you in Georgia because niggas is running back south. Like, niggas been running back south, but you about to see the reverse great migration for real. And you know, it's just a funny thing, but politically, like you said, bro, like, I don't think that system that y'all talking to work in Chicago, because motherfuckers will start dying. Because you got these people that have been sitting in these seats 20, 30, 40 years, and they paying people rent and doing this shit. Like, if you remove some of these people, motherfuckers' livelihoods to be shaken. You know, you might have an old Black woman that been running the seat at the goddamn streets and sanitation department or the ticket department for 30 motherfucking years. And if she get removed, little man and them, they don't got their apartment no more. And they've been living off her ticket. They ready to kill them.
So are you saying that a lot of this stuff is already predestined, preordained, and is going to happen simply because a lot of these people are so connected in these cities that you can believe that these people are going against each other, but really there are old jobs and old people and old money that's in place that certain things are going to have to happen in order to keep that going?
You speaking holy breath. You speaking holy breath. What you saying is right as that. It's like, you got to think. Bro, Elijah Muhammad, all them niggas, listen, man, them people have real business and money out here. Jesse Jackson, I'm just saying, like, these is names, you know what I'm saying, that's here. And, you know, they underlings. They might have gave their underling a job at the city just so Mayor Daley or whoever was in charge said, okay, make sure, keep the niggas from downtown. So now you got to think. Fatherless America. To a 13-year-old, fuck Jesse Jackson. I don't give a fuck about no motherfucker, nigga. Chief Keef, my God, nigga. Kenny Vaughn, my God, nigga. I don't give a fuck about no Farrakhan. This is how no Farrakhan to be out here, though. They ain't playing. But I'm just saying, like, it's that old Black guard is dying. These niggas is dying, and it's eroded. And they kids, that shit is kind of eroding. So now when you got the drill music, which I was a part of, Choo Choo, he did the shit too. And now you got kids downtown Chicago, downtown wherever, saying, oh yeah, the places where they told niggas not to go, not niggas going down there flash mobbing, knocking old white ladies upside the shit, knocking old Black ladies upside the head for 2 cents. Because the fentanyl and all, this is a new level of they can't contain this shit no more. Who is the Black leader that you could pay off? Who is the...
So DJ, you see it as racketeering then. All the money is being racketeering from jobs to who's who.
How about this? I'll give you an example.
Well, technically, what you're doing is saying that they playing politics. Then, if that's
Yes,
what we
that's what's messing it up.
Motherfuckers died. They dying. It's like
that's
about this.
Right, they ain't got no more ways to
Look at the
manipulate.
chick Tiffany Henry, right? Tiffany Henry is the mayor of Dalton. She up there taking all the money.
Sean, mute yourself. Sean, mute yourself.
Got a dog. And
Go ahead.
Yeah, but look, let's not make this a Chicago conversation. It's the same thing that happened with the brother Omar Bradley in Compton.
See, that's what we're trying to get to. That's what me and Brian was trying to get to. The whole idea of we can't even say, like, I could throw out Atlanta and talk about all of it here and then say, oh, that's just Atlanta. Well, no, it isn't. Let's move to Baltimore. Different places, different black faces, but it seems like
black leadership terrible, bro.
Yeah, I can tell you. I can tell you what I think about it. And from what I've seen, I haven't been too deep into politics, but I can clearly see that they taking the fact that black people are very tribal and they tend to want to look out for other black people and turning it against us because they're putting a black person in front of us, and we're going to vote for them because they're black. Like before y'all voted for Brandon Johnson, me and my wife, we was telling folks, when we was asking them who you voting for, it was either Brandon Johnson or Paul Vallis. Paul Vallis was a white guy. He was also left as hell. But because he was a white guy and he was a little bit closer to the center than Brandon Johnson, they painted him as a MAGA Republican. That man was not no Republican. So they play on black folks' race card because racism is the ultimate whip on black people. They call it racism. That's how make y'all center attention.
I gotta stop you for a second. I'm just gonna throw something in there.
Hold on.
I gotta throw something in there for him.
Before you go, DJ, I just wanted to say thanks to the panel. I appreciate you guys having me on, Tommy. I will definitely be back. You guys have a wonderful conversation. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Peace.
Yeah, please. I want to wake something up really quick. He just mentioned Paul Vallis. Now watch this. This proves exactly what Tommy's saying. Now watch how this shit works. Paul Vallis was running for mayor. All the black motherfuckers knew, damn, we don't want to be the motherfucker endorsing this white nigga over this black nigga, right? But we gonna do it. So what did they do? They went to Paul Vallis, who was the commissioner of the schools when I was in elementary school in the early 2000s. He came back, right? They say, look, we gonna give you the black vote. Give me $1 million. You know, he like, man, I don't know all these niggas. Here y'all go. Man, they finessed his ass. He looking like, damn, well, I don't got no black votes. They left town on this dumb man. That's Chicago, G.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what it was. They try to come at you with the politics, but it's so slimy at the same time. It's so slimy because they try
I want to know what they did. I want to know what they did with the money. I was asking you, said they play on black with the race card, and I think, and I'm going to let Brian jump in and say what you think about this. I think they play on black folks' ignorance. I think they had us voting for enough white people. That's why I said, and those who claim to be pro-black in the title, that part, because there's a lot of white people like your Joe Bidens. There's always been white people who will tell blacks, oh, I got your best interest, which is why, like Brian said earlier, we were telling Bill Clinton that he was the first black president and he was white as snow, but we didn't care because we adopted him. So I think a lot of what happens is people don't play on blacks' tribalism. They play on blacks' ignorance because I think it's proof that blacks are ignorant in large numbers. Go ahead.
I think it's
just like and let me use a Chicago term. We are the goofies of voters. We the ones that could be easily finessed. We could be easily duped just by playing on our emotions. We are the ones that will just say, if you make us feel good just a little bit, you'll have our allegiance and our loyalty indefinitely. Because all of these people that we talk about when it comes to how we have voted, it is not just in Chicago, it's everywhere. When you tie it back to you chalk it all up, go back and look to see What have we gotten out of any of these people that we've kept in office, put in office, and supported, campaigned for, and everything? What have we gotten out of it as a group? It's zero. Now, you'll have a few people who get some jobs. You'll have a few people that'll get connected here and there, maybe get a contract or two, but they don't give us anything that is literally something that can help sustain us as a community. And that's why when the brother, I'm sorry.
Again, go back to what we were talking about this Fannie. Fannie wasn't helping blacks. She was helping the niggas she was fucking. When you go up with your people up there in Chicago, they weren't helping blacks. They were helping the people who they were. They went to, they were AKAs.
They homies.
Yeah, thank you. That's what they were.
Look out for the people.
But let Brian finish, and then I'll let you go.
And they all politicians put on they people, but they also put on they people. They won't just say, we just go, I'm going to put my boy on. Yeah. You know, I become president. Hell yeah, I'm going to put Tommy in my cabinet, but I'm going to also do something for my people. I'm not just going to say, hey, I'm going to bring my guy in. You know, y'all set him up over here, get him over here, let him run that. Cool, there's somebody in there that I can trust, somebody that I'm close to. Cool. But I'm also going to say now we need to put a program in for our people that's going to help us sustain us. And like the brother that mentioned, I think that was DJ that was talking about it before, having somebody like Bobby Rush saying, giving us laptops and free internet. We don't need that because that's only a handout. When we look at the things, and like somebody mentioned in the chat, they said a young lady said they can buy a laptop. They can't buy a laptop, but they can buy a PlayStation. You goddamn right, niggas can buy a PlayStation 4, a PlayStation 5, and a PlayStation 6 when that shit come out. We don't need nothing like that. We need to corner a market. When you talking about the doctors of the communities and of the world, who are the doctors? You got whites, you got Asians, and you got Indians. How come we aren't taking over a particular area and saying, hey, black folks are your plumbers, black folks are your contractors, black folks are your electricians? Because contrary to what most people don't believe, being a plumber and being in a union plumber, you do get paid a shit ton of money than being a general manager at a grocery store. So when you have a market and something that your people are known for doing, because you talking about the police, when you get in those positions and you start to beget those types of positions to your brothers, your sisters, your children, your grandchildren, that's how you secure a position when it comes to finances. That's how you are able to put those other kids into college so that they can write the next Facebook. That's how you have the money to put your kid into whatever program they need so that they can become that thing. The Castanets and all these social media influencers, those are not, they are one in a million. You don't get 5 or 10 of those all the time. But something that everybody needs is a fucking doctor. Something that everybody needs is a lawyer. Something that everybody needs is an electrician. So yes, we need to corner the market in those areas so that we can be known as being tradesmen. Because when we came over here, we were the ones building shit. We were the ones coming up with the cotton gins and all of those things and the ingenuity part of things. That's who we were. And that was part of our usefulness. When you look at DC, as crazy as a fucking city that is, Benjamin Banneker built that shit or designed that shit, whatever the case may be. You have to make yourself useful and you got to have a trade that is in high demand. Coding and trading, that shit comes and goes. And in some instances, those markets can get flooded. But when you have a solid core saying, hey, this is what we do. We known for being plumbers and electricians. That gives you a foundation where people get money. And when people get money, they can get power. We have things where we, instead of putting our kids in these little programs and all this type of bullshit, start putting our kids in the military. Why? Because our kids go to the military, they get to see the world, they get college for free, and they actually get food, clothing, and shelter for however many years they sign up for, whether they do 4 years or whether they do 20. And after they do 20, they have the ability to retire. Those are things that we can be taking advantage of right now to solidify ourselves as and having that financial acumen to where we can make money, keep money, and not just take care of ourselves, but we can leave stuff to our children so that we can have generational wealth.
I want to say this. Somebody named Don Robinson put in the thing. It says 53 Illinois high schools fail to achieve grade level proficiency in math. Reports FoxNews.com media. Blah blah blah. That's where it came from. That I want to say when you talk about computers, and I'm going to let you come back and address it, Choo Choo, in a second. But I do have to go. I mean DJ. I'm sorry. I mean you. I was going to let you address it. What he said in a second, but I do want to address part of what you said, which is they could have done great with laptops, maybe. But I know that the majority of Black kids today have iPhones, which are just as powerful as a laptop. So if they wanted to learn coding and anything, I know plenty of kids. Sassy Girl, your son probably do it too. They know, they done figured out, because my daughter figured it out. They figured out how to code and shit and make websites and all kind of shit right there on their phone. So if Black kids wanted to really enter the market and fight with people on this new battleground, which is the internet, they can do it from an iPhone, because there's some Asian kid out there who all he got is an iPhone, and he made a whole damn movie. He done made a whole movie, him and his friends. He done put up a whole websites and got people to come buy them. These motherfuckers is over there doing fiber off their phone. These phones are very powerful. So if they got one, they good. They don't need a laptop. Most kids, you give them a laptop, they don't even want that. Let's just be real. Most kids don't even want a laptop because they know their way around a phone first. They play video games on these phones now, don't need a laptop. They do everything. That's why a lot of times when I tell them stuff that's on my website, the stuff won't come up because they're using a cell phone, and some of the things don't come up. And they're like, man, it won't work. I can't get it to do that. Or Rumble, when it first was having its problems, remember? Most of the people will be complaining. It was because they don't do shit off the desktop or laptop. The only reason you're using a desktop or a laptop these days is because you're in some kind of corporation or you old school and you just used to using it. Other than that, they do everything on their phones, if I'm not mistaken. But let me go to Choo right quick, and then Ryan, then we're going to come back to you, DJ.
I want to touch on what L has said, and I agree with L and what Tommy said as far as Black folks did better when they was a foot on their neck, when they had that pressure, because pressure makes diamonds. So with that being said, we don't have, I would argue that there's not enough pressure in the households from the fathers that's pushing these kids to do these things, because you can have all the programs in the world, but if nobody's putting these kids in these programs, or nobody's pushing these kids to get a trade or to learn some life skills, then it's just wasted money. Because my folks put me in a lot of programs, and we stayed in programs, and I learned a lot of stuff from these programs, my pops. But I understand that I didn't choose to do those programs myself. I didn't even know they was out there. My folks put me in them programs. So you need it. I think the number one thing is you need the fathers in the home. That's what it is. And you can't, your father will be able to teach you how to discern and understand that every nigga, every Black brother ain't your brother. You feel me? Like, because that's how we getting played. And then you also understand that the Chicago politics, so you'll learn that type of stuff from your father. Because right now, my dad told me that your mom is your mama and the streets is your daddy. That's what these kids growing up on. They learn the street politics, and that's why it's so slimy. Matriculate to know nothing but the streets.
All right, well, go ahead, Raul.
Hey, Tommy. Thank you guys for having this tonight. I've been following you for years. I just wanted to touch on some things that you mentioned earlier about how Blacks are so ignorant when it comes to like being tricked into supporting their politicians. First and foremost, like you'll see even on the internet, like when people say, "Oh, like they're invited to the cookout," like it's just so frustrating hearing that, because it shouldn't take such like minuscule things to like please you and like get you to like be on board with their agenda. The other thing, Chu, I definitely wanted to bring up, the destruction of the nuclear family. I think that has been our downfall, like through and through. The nuclear family, fathers.
Sean D.
Yeah, sure. That's Sean coughing like that.
Yes. He keeps turning it on and turning it back off. He's not leaving the mute on.
We're gonna have an issue with this. I already had to block Mr. Bear. You don't want to be next. Next, Fred, let's have some common courtesy. Instead of then unmute yourself to cough at a nigga here. I didn't know who it was. I thought the other nigga. I thought when Choo Choo was talking, he had a motherfucker in the background coughing behind him. I thought that's why he got off real quick. And I yield the floor. This nigga back here about to lose a lung. Go ahead, Raul. Shit.
Nigga tuberculosis acting up.
This nigga got cholera.
But yeah, no, just a nuclear family. Fathers totally being obsolete in a Black household. I was blessed enough to have my father and my family. I got married at a young age. I have 2 sons. My oldest is 11 and my youngest is 9. And I think just being like a presence helps like more than anything. And I'm just seeing like all of these things, like the internet is like endless.
Is it?
No, I'm sorry. I actually I was talking for a second.
You was like, the internet is endless. I was like,
no, it's just it's a hellscape. It's a hellscape, and I'm just seeing like all of this degenerate shit that's being populated like through my timeline, and it all goes back to like it's just fatherlessness. And your I believe it was your movie that you made. Remind me what the name of it.
It's called A Fatherless America, and you can find it on Amazon. You also can find it at afatherlessamerica.com. Make sure you go watch it and show me some
I have
love.
shared that through all the social media platforms I still have. Unfortunately, a couple of them got kicked off because I've been spreading a lot of your videos.
That's right.
Yeah,
all right.
This is the last one that I have, but yeah, it all comes back to that. So I mean, yeah, politics. I totally understand. Like it's so easy to please us. It takes little for us to get on board with anything. Like, oh my God, they're dribbling a basketball. Oh wow, they did nice. They're invited to the cookout, and I'm just like.
But Raul, we gotta ask though: should blacks trust just blacks though? We're not talking about
no.
Like who should we trust to watch y'all back? Who should we trust when the enemy comes strapped?
Trust who you know you can trust regardless.
He missed it.
Listen to the music. That's all these folks talk about is sliming somebody out. Right? They talk about you don't slime out somebody you don't know. You slime your homie out.
Okay, what does that mean? You use the word. I'm old.
It's to backdoor them. It's to basically get the drop on them, kill them.
Oh, see, I thought you was talking about.
That's
I thought you were talking about some gay dudes.
Like,
the way you kept on talking.
That nigga said backdoor and slime. I'm like, oh, hey.
You know, you teabag them. Wait a minute, what?
Hey, hold on.
I love you, bro. You know, I'm your little brother, so I'm gonna give you sauce. Niggas fucked up out here. I don't trust nobody that ain't in my immediate or I properly have vetted. Bro, all that, listen, bro. Peace to the brother, Raul. Listen, I don't got no kids, bro. You know, I'm looking at what's really happening, and I don't know if a lot of y'all niggas was listening to Tommy Sotomayor 10 years ago. You know, I like popping that because I let niggas know I'm really tapped in with motherfuckers for real. Like, not just that we ain't no Sunday, you know what they say, we ain't no Sunday Christians and more. Like, I'm tapping in because we want to find out who are our heroes and sheroes that got the most up-to-date information that could say, oh, wow, we need to really be listening to this, bro. And like I said yesterday, we at this time where it's really, listen, bro, the die is cast. You know what I'm saying? The die is cast. This is what the fuck, when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon, bro, that's what it is. So right now, the culture is snake, the age of the snake. The age of distrust. Like right now, if I could really advise anybody, man, brace for impact. It's beyond. I'm not preaching doom and gloom and droom and all that shit. But what I am saying is, we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen in the next. Listen, Cam Newton is the fucking MVP. At some point, was the MVP of the fucking biggest sports league in the world. And they just cold cocked this nigga at his own shit today. And niggas was laughing at my man. This is the level of degeneracy.
What you mean niggas is laughing? Nigga, you laughing. You laughing right now.
Cause nigga, I'm infected too, nigga. I understand this shit. I know what the fuck going on. It was funny. And I'm hoping nigga don't make the news reels tomorrow. Look, hey, listen, hey, this is the little term we said in Chicago. Hey, hope nigga don't make the news. G, every day a nigga is trying to put you on Sports Center, homie. I'm not trying to be on Sports
And not just on Sports Center. They trying to put you on the top 10.
Yo, they trying to top 10 you. Nigga trying to fuck your bitch, steal your car. They trying to touch it. Look, every day a nigga is trying to put you on the highlight reel, G. Yeah. I'm just trying to avoid the light. Every day a nigga getting exposed, a nigga getting called out. You just don't want to be the nigga getting laughed at. That's a vicious condition to be living under, bro.
Yes.
It's like, bro, I watched this nigga Tommy, bro. This some real shit. That man went yesterday. How about this? You had a nigga come up here and tell you didn't want to fade with a nigga. Bro, what? I'm having an interview, conducting my business, you know, and you telling me that I ain't real because I didn't go knock a nigga? like you goofy ass nigga. Like, bro, don't follow the heathens. It's a vicious game. Everybody playing in everybody's face right now.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people ready to crash out at any moment. I'll be tempted. I'll be in the line, get some motherfucking chicken, and a nigga cut. Like, it's like the nigga moment scene in Boondocks is a disease now. It's like
all the time.
I dodge that shit every day. I have 50 nigga moments a day. Why? Cause like, do I want to go to prison about this bitch ass thing? Like, and you gotta avoid that shit and juxtapose that with the uncertainty of, bruh, who the fuck is these 1,000 immigrants on this bus next to me? Who the fuck is these people? Who juxtapose that to damn Donald Trump? Hey, listen, homie, when the fucking presidential candidate is selling sneakers, my nigga, we know America over, bro. Everything for sale, nigga. This big man sell, nigga, everything is for sale. Hey, America like a trap house, gang. It's like that car in the hood where the windows bust out and the horn, and the doors open like gee, it's just open. And it just seemed like we just the last to really realize, hey, this bitch was a lick. All the millionaires building bunkers over, they gone. They gone. And niggas over here watching the Chiefs win again and Steph Curry hit the three. Like, nigga, what's new? What's new? Motherfuckers just listen, bro. I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna rap with this. Drake is the biggest rapper, really one of the biggest entertainers in the world, if not the biggest, right? That man ain't been off tour in 2 years. Now you gotta ask yourself a question. You got all the money and you scraping the pot in a podunk town like St. Louis, and you Drake, and you doing 3 nights in St. Louis? What the fuck do you know that's coming that I don't know?
So you trying to get out? You trying to get out of bread? You say you trying to get out of bread? He can.
Gee,
yeah. You got to remember. You got to remember that first contract he had with Baby. He wasn't getting no money, so he trying to get it now.
I'm just looking at the signs.
You got to remember, Drake is half of something.
Oh, are you bringing up you said you know what he is?
I mean, you coming that angle, that's cool. I'm just looking at if everybody running, if everybody, listen, I'm just saying, I'm looking at how niggas move, and G, I'm from the streets. So I'm just looking at movement. I'm studying movement. And I'm saying, hold on, let me start examining this shit. Okay, so if the chick in New York told Trump, hey, okay, guilty, and 70 million people voted for this motherfucker, and he say the next day, okay, my shoes, 300. He done made he done made that shit in 1 day. It's shit like that going on.
Well, it's smart business, but I gotta throw to Brian. Brian want to jump in on this. Go ahead, Brian.
So with what you're talking about as far as watching how people are moving and seeing where the state of things are today and where they're going, where they're headed. It's fucked up because you have a group which you would call your left Democrats. They are literally trying to fuck it up because they want to stretch that gap of the haves and the have-nots. They're stretching that shit out, and they're getting certain niggas in key spots to support it and go with that agenda. And it's one of those things to where you have to look and see, well, man, why is somebody like Donald Trump, a nigga who got money, why is he trying to be the president? And then why is he going around saying shit like, make America great again, save America? He's saying it because even though it don't really affect him, he see that thing that helped make him great and help him get so much shit. He see it being fucked with, and he's doing it not just for him, for a thing that he loved, but for his kids. Because that whole that these motherfuckers said a few years ago about you will have nothing, you will own nothing, and you will love it. That's the thing that they're trying to move us to, where you see the bullshit that's going on politically, but we're not thinking that, damn, maybe this white man is right. And no, I don't need him to be like me, but if we have something in common, why wouldn't I support that and disregard the color of his skin? Because when you look at these niggas, they're the main ones supporting that shit. That's why it's 50 million Mexicans and Venezuelans in Chicago right now, laying on the lawns in the parks and at the police stations and knocking on my niggas' doors asking for money and shit. That ain't just Brandon Johnson by himself. That's Brandon Johnson playing the game and going along with the shits that these George Soros and shit, they want to do, because they want to break us. They want us to be on our knees at the table asking for scraps, not sitting at the table, but sitting at like a dog, like how a dog will wait on the floor for you to drop some shit just so he can eat table food as opposed to going to eat his dog food. That's how they want us. We'll give you what we think you should have, and you gonna love it because you're my dog.
I agree, but I'm gonna be honest with you, big homie. The real motherfuckers that's running this shit, we don't like. Listen, I hate. Hey, Tommy, I hate when niggas talk about it's the Illuminati. Hey, listen, bro, nigga, you got the memo 53 years too late. It's some new motherfucker. The Illuminati dead and on food stamps, homie. Like if nigga, you up here with your ignorant ass in the hood talking about Illuminati, nigga, you don't know shit. Like it's some new group of motherfuckers is getting down on people. It's like we can't, like, the shit that's really affecting us, we don't even know yet. Like, yeah, it's the age of information, but the shit that, listen, man, they talking about it's gonna be another motherfucking, listen, I ain't seen this many niggas with coughing and scratchy throats this month in my life, homie. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on. Everybody coughing, everybody sick, it's a lot of factors. I'm not trying
That's
to.
That micro dust.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
foggy in Chicago too.
Man, nigga, look. Hey, listen, man. I ain't no conspiracy theorist, but I will say this. Brothers like Tommy, you blessed because you position yourself to be able to weather the storm. I pray for the young brothers and sisters. They got to weather the storm. I'm listening to all y'all. I agree with all y'all. But we here now. It's kind of like test day. Shit, I'm trying to sneak the book, walk into the club. Nigga, it's over with. Put up and shut up. We don't really got no more time. Bro, listen, bro, that election don't, like, that alone, if that election don't go a certain motherfucker way, this bitch going up, gang. Period.
But that's a great point. So when you think about that and say, man, this bitch is going up for us, our people, our hood, our cities, what does that mean for us? Because like you said, if the test is already here and this test taking time, nigga, you either got to pick up a pencil and start writing in on your Scantron test, or nigga, you gotta be willing to overthrow the whole goddamn school system and say fuck the SAT, fuck the ACT. If you're not gonna do one or the other, then you're destined to be at the mercy of those others. Don't matter if it's the Illuminati. Don't matter if it's illumination. It don't matter if it's It don't matter if it's Illumina. It shouldn't matter. All we looking at is the resources. Where's the money? All that shit that went on with COVID, it was all about what? The money. Shit ain't got nothing to do with they trying to kill all the black folks. It's the money. That's what it is. You talking about Big Pharma. They're the ones with the shits with that. Big Pharma has been fucking doing all this lobbying and all this shit for fucking decades, and they saw a way to hit a lick. We create some shit, and we gonna get paid up the asshole over it, hand over fist, and we have so much money, we'll be able to give some to all these motherfuckers that's running the politic game. That's what you look at. You go and see a motherfucker like the dude that did Facebook, whatever the fuck his name is. He just built a fucking bunker in Hawaii. Why would he do that? Because he can see at some point this shit gonna bubble over, and I don't want to be here when it does. Even though I'm with the shits, I want to be able to hop on a plane, go land my ass in Hawaii, and drink me a Hawaiian punch while these niggas tear they motherfucking city and they fucking states and they fucking country apart. I'll be sitting here with the rest of the fucking billionaires. Just like when the motherfucker sent us in the house and the old governor of Illinois, what the fuck did he do? Told our black asses to take everybody ass, take y'all punk ass in the house. Meanwhile, I'm going to hop on my yacht and I'll be out there on the fucking seas while y'all motherfuckers in the house. And what the fuck did we do? We did the shit. We got to either be able to say we either going to take this shit back or we're going to be the victims of it. All they trying to do, bro, is they're trying to break us. That's it. They don't want us to have nothing. Just like the motherfuckers over in Russia, just like the motherfuckers over in Venezuela, just like the motherfuckers all in these other third world shithole countries. They want us on that level because, yes, these motherfuckers over there are broke, but them niggas at the top, they all paid. The motherfucking president of Venezuela, that motherfucker was willing to turn his army against his own people. Why? Because he know they ain't gonna do shit because he took their guns 25 years ago. That's what this shit comes down to. Money and power. Scarface said it back in the 70s and the shit is true today.
But I just wonder if dude don't win, how is see, this is the age-old argument, big homie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 200-year situation. How is this elite white man finna finally deal? Because look, that, you know, how is he gonna deal with the poor white man? Because the poor white man came up there January 6th and said, hey, we'll run into this motherfucker. This our country. And they start locking their ass up. This next situation, I just wonder, that's the thing I would advise black people, like, yeah, let's fall back, which you can't fall back, but it's like, how is this elite white man finna deal with the poor white man that is coming to talk to his brethren about, hey, you letting these niggas in, you letting these Mexicans in. You promised me it was white power 56, 70 years ago, and now LeBron James is making $400 million an hour. Nigga, what's up?
He said $400 million an hour, my nigga.
That's what we was taking these niggas, and now you giving them $1 million a shoe string. Nigga.
The Trump tires are gonna go off. That's the plan. The Trump tires. This is Brother B. Tommy, may I have a minute?
Okay, go ahead.
No, go. No, what's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say this. The people that showed up for January 6th, real quick. People that showed up for January 6th.
Stop, Brother B. Brother B, hold for a second. Go, Brian.
The people that showed up for January 6th, those were protesters. The people that you talking about, that's still in the backwoods, the people that's down there in the rednecks, people that know how to live off the land and all of them people, they ain't show up because they gonna show up with their guns. Them people that came out there, they didn't show up to do a coup. They didn't do that. They tried to go and show up for the democratic process. They wanted democracy. Them people didn't go there to kick shit off because they didn't have no guns. You can't have a coup with no guns. That's propaganda. The other part to that is that just like, and I learned this a long time ago from being in the streets, it don't matter how much money you got, it don't matter how powerful you are, everybody, and I mean everybody, loves to do this one thing called inhale and exhale, also known as breathing. When you fuck with that, that's how the mob got in the position that they got in. They fuck with people's inhaling and exhaling. They can touch a motherfucker. As long as people got to come out in the streets, that's why these motherfucking billionaires are building bunkers. Because they know if this shit really go up, then they know people are gonna come and show up with them guns. We fucking with your inhale and exhale. We ain't out there with no signs talking about, yeah, y'all gonna give us what we, like them motherfuckers had to do in Canada because they ain't got no guns. Like them motherfuckers had to do in Australia because they ain't got no guns. Why do you think this country is trying to go after our guns? Because they don't want us to show up and fuck with they inhale and exhale. All of those politicians that's up in DC and in your local politician in your homes, we all know where them niggas live at. You can go and get to the mayor if you really want to get to the mayor. And they know that, and that's what keeps them up at night. That's what they're scared of. They don't want nobody to show the fuck up, and they know if they keep pushing us, that they will. That's why them niggas came over here in 1776 and had the Boston Tea Party. Them was the motherfuckers that said, fuck this. And those are going to be the people that's going to show up when this shit goes left.
Well, you know the military only coming for 6 states, and they giving all their ass Camaros.
He said Camaros, but even if they do that, there's still going to be a moral choice that these soldiers, they're going to have to choose, and that's why they don't want to put them soldiers in that situation, because it's literally going to split the country. These soldiers that we salute and that we say thank you for your support, they ain't too quick to turn their motherfucking guns on us. They're not.
Hey, hi, Mr. Tommy. Is it okay if I bring up something to discuss?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, how are you guys doing? My name is Bolson. Nice to meet you. Just for full transparency, I'm not black. I hope that is okay.
No, it just invalidates everything you're going to say afterwards, but go ahead. I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, I'm mute. Sorry, guys.
Go ahead. I was just messing with you.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to say, I think it's important to take power out of currency. I think the reliance on like a government currency is a way to control people. Like, do you guys know the wrestler Chris Benoit? So he invested 99% of his assets into foreign currencies, and he was killed by the U.S. government for doing that. So I think a lot of the power is
Bro, that nigga killed himself and his wife.
That's what they tell you, man.
Nah, bro, he killed himself, bro. That shit was all over the news.
Let him finish. He's a conspiracy.
Yeah,
you have to listen to the conspiracy in order to deny the conspiracy. So let's hear it out. Go ahead, sir.
He killed himself with 3 gunshots to the back of the head. Yeah, I believe that one.
I thought he hung himself.
No, that's what they want you to. That's what.
Yeah, I thought it was something with his weight set or something like that.
He had like a Bowflex.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about no Chris. I'm a wrestling fan, but I'm a nigga, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, bro, what do you think about do you see Dominic Mysterio at the Elimination Chamber?
Hey, bro, trolling. I love NFT. That's my boy. Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I loved wrestling until I realized I was a nigga in America and I saw roots and shit, and all that shit went out the window. Hey, Tommy. Hey, NFT ball, I love you guys. Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
I'm about to cut out.
All right.
We're gonna have a Cam Newton prayer vigil.
Yeah, we do the whole Cam and all the rest of the brothers is okay out here that's trying to help. I know y'all really believe y'all can help these brothers, but you stay safe, my friends. Stay safe.
Hey, this is Brother B. Can I get a minute, Tommy?
Yeah, and then I want to let Jay come and talk as well.
All right.
Brian and I got to go to bed eventually. So go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Brian too. That's why I thought when you said Brian, I just went ahead. So sorry about it. Interrupt.
Yeah, that's your bad. That's your bad. That's your bad.
Heard about the book, The Secret Destination of America by Manly P. Hall. Now, this guy, he was a Freemason. What I think they're trying to do is that the end game is to get the guns. So if they're setting Trump up like a messiah figure, that's why they got these black DAs going after him, and they're making it look like so he's gonna, if he beats all this and then they pull the rug on him again like they did in 2020, the magtards, the Trump tards are gonna go buck wild, and then they're gonna put martial law down, or if it goes the other way and Trump wins, they'll have the left riot, and then Trump will do martial law. One way or another, they're coming after the guns. Look what they did to Australia. Like a few years ago, they took away their guns. Did you see the way they treated them people during COVID? That was like Nazi Germany over there. You couldn't even go outside. If you didn't have a mask on, they came and forced you to put the mask on. I mean, it was, and then Canada, let's not forget what went down. I call it the COVID 1984. But so that's my take on that. But I wanted to say, R.I.P. Rest in peace, Eric Mays. You all know about Flint, Michigan, because the topic here is about should black people trust politicians or those who claim or pro-black. Here you got Flint, Michigan, a predominantly black city, probably 65-70%. Black, and then the rest white. You got some Spanish, and then they threw some, a lot of Arabs up there now. But they got, about the water. Everybody knows about the water in Flint. They got an $800 million settlement. The average guy in the street didn't get nothing. Then after COVID, they got this ARPA award from the government for COVID relief, $95 million, and it all went to the nonprofits, all the pimp preachers. The people on the street didn't get nothing. So here you got the mayor there is named Sheldon Neely. He's a black man, but he knows how to manipulate the people there. It's like in Shango, the movie Shango, where they had the head. What was Samuel L. Jackson's role? This guy's like that guy. He knows how to manipulate. He's got them all fighting with each other about some stupid stuff and who gets to talk during the meeting. Well, all the money's disappearing. So I don't know. Maybe Brian could. I don't know if he got ARPA money up there from the government, and did anybody get any of that money? Because the people in Flint, Michigan, are suffering. Now, I heard about Eric Mays. I saw him on YouTube years ago, where he was going up against telling this cop to call his mama, and I was like, "What's this?" But I went through watching it. I got invested in the people. It's kind of like unfortunately, a reality show, but it just goes to show you. So everybody's got to be a fruit inspector. If these people are, it's like a white, black, whatever. If they don't produce, they say one thing, they get into office and they do other things. But Flint, Michigan it's anybody knows about that? Maybe they can weigh in on. Maybe Brian knows something about that. That's it. God bless.
I want to hear from Jay. I know Jay just got up here, and then I'm gonna go to Brian. But I want to hear what Jay's got to say. This is a female, and she's new up here. So go ahead, young lady. You have the floor.
Oh, good evening, rather, or good morning, rather.
Yeah, it's good morning. We need to be in bed.
Good morning.
Right.
Let's go, Jay. Let's go, Jay.
I have a question for you, Mr. Tommy. Do you think there's going to be a race war? And the reason, and before you answer that, the reason why I'm asking that question is that I go into spaces that are pro-Trump, and they are treating Trump like he is going to be the one that's going to put them back on game again. You listen to it, they're executing strategies, and they're like saying, you know what, having Trump back in office is just a first step. He is going to open the door for us to be back on the map, so to speak. And so my question is, do you see, or do you think there's going to be an impending race war? Because if we are being deprived of resources and we are, virtually in our communities, I'm talking about in the Black communities, imploding upon ourselves, and then they're trying to get their guy, Donald Trump, in to try to put them back on game. So what is going to be the end result here? Do you think a race war is about to happen?
Yes. I think I don't know about. I know there's one that's imminent. I know there's one that's being pushed. And I think what's going to happen is what's going to kick it off is I think blacks are testing the line over and over again with what we can say and do to white people. And I think that we're being emboldened to do it by the movies telling us what we can do and all of these things telling us it's all right for us to be whatever the fuck we say we want to be. And then what's going to happen next is the other group is going to feel encroached upon, so much so that they're going to sell it to them, because they're already starting to sell it to them now, that you're going to have to fight back. That's going to be your issue, because once they start fighting back, I don't think they're going to know when to stop. I don't think they're going to know that, okay, these people weren't serious. I think if you play around with certain people enough, they're going to say, we don't want to deal with that when we get through with this. We don't want to deal with that having to go back and have white guilt again. If we wipe them out this time, we'll never have to have white guilt from these people ever again. Because right now, they're having white guilt, white guilt, white guilt, and you're pushing these people into a fucking corner, and you're just acting like they're not supposed to want to fight back. That, to me, is a crazy thing right there. The only reason we get to sit on YouTube and Twitter and all these places and talk shit about white people is because they allow it. When you say that they are taking our resources and there's a fight for our resources, no, there's not. Let me explain something to you. We do not control an industry. We don't have an industry. And most people start thinking that when they own an industry or have an industry, if you start taking parts of it, then they're willing to fight for it. But us, we're just the guys who they're giving whatever scraps are left, to be perfectly honest. That's what they're doing. And so while they're doing that to us, we're happy because we're well fed. But they're not going to cut off.
Point for years, Tommy.
Yeah, but they're not going to cut off the family before they cut off the dog. They're going to cut off the dog. The dog is part of the family, but that dog could fuck around and get ate.
So what you're really saying is it doesn't matter who holds the seat of power, whether it's reelecting Biden or putting Trump in. In other words, there's going to be
it's going down. It's going down either way. If Trump is in power, they're going to say, we got our power. We need to put our foot on their neck. If Biden is in power, they're going to say they're weak, push them farther. They're going to say the white people are weak, push them farther if Biden wins again. That's another reason why I don't want Biden to win, because I think if Biden wins, what's going to happen is that's when they're going to pull
they're going to go full retard.
Right. That's when they're going to pull the Scarface moment. They're going to push them to the limit. Go ahead, Brian. I'm going to let Brian finish it up.
Yeah. Just to hit a couple things real quick. That the whole thing about Trump and people thinking that something's going to happen to him or whatever the case may be, they don't want to kill Trump because they would make him a martyr. So they won't do that. That can't be a thing to where, and they know that because of his supporters, that would be the one thing that they would, if they did that, there would be no convincing any other way. If he had a natural accident, like car accident or something like that, and he passed, if he passed in because of old age, heart attack, they're not believing it. So they need him to stay alive, and they need him to go through this run. Even with what they're trying to do, this is the best hand that they're playing right now as far as trying to get him out. This is the play. If we're going to get him out, we can't get him out we can't go and pull the election bullshit we pulled last time. We can't do that move. We have to do a different move, and that's just getting him off the ballot, period. That's what they're trying to do. But they are not doing a good job at it. Don't think that the other side always got it all figured out and it's a flawless plan. Ain't nothing we can do about it. We can't stop it. That is not the case. That's what they want you to believe. But the fact remains still, there are still things that have to take place. When you look at our country, for instance, and comparing it to the other countries, the Canadas and the Australias and things like that, there's a thing called the Constitution that we have that we're still holding on to. They've been trying to chip away at it for the longest time, but to Trump's benefit, he put in those justices in the Supreme Court and those other federal justices he appointed in the federal courts. They are the ones that are holding the line. You can get damn near any type of judgment you willing to pay for and well connected with in a simple circuit court judge. They'll pass some stupid shit because they'll say, well, shit, I could pass it, and then they'll just have to take care of it in appellate and Supreme. So it just takes time to get it all the way to the top before it gets knocked down. But you have to keep faith in those things and hold true to those things, because the minute you believe they got it and ain't nothing we can do about it, that's when they really got it. And that's why they're trying to convince you to think, oh, we gonna take your guns. Bullshit. That was the same thing they did before they came over here on the Mayflower and all that shit to take this motherfucker over. They wanted to get the fuck away from them over in Britain to say, we tired of this shit. It ain't enough of us to take that shit over. So how about we go and start our own shit? And you see what happened when they finally pulled it and came over here like, yeah, we gonna take y'all shit. And everybody over here said, the hell you ain't. So it's not about just saying, oh, they the big guy and they got all the power and they're going to take it all. It don't work like that all the time. You have to be able to be smart and look at what's actually happening and stop listening to the bullshit.
All right, we're going to go back to Jay. Yeah, go back to Jay right quick. Hold on, let me go back to Jay and then I'll go to you, NFT. But let me go to Jay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
So let's play this out for just a second. Let's just say that we're going to call him President Trump. He gets elected. Are you ready for the country to become a monarchy? Because you know that if he gets elected, he will not come out. He is pushing to be like Putin.
Yeah, but wait a minute. First off, hold on. I got to stop you from doing that.
No.
Hold on.
Please let me finish.
No, ma'am, please let me. No, ma'am. What you're going to do is let me moderate my daggum show. I don't know who y'all are, but I ain't never heard nobody go in somebody's stuff and tell them, let me finish. When they're trying to tell you, I'd like to ask something or interject something in it, and it's the person's show. That's crazy. I ain't never thought to do that to somebody. No, you let me finish. And this is after I let her have this long, drawn-out question prior to this, where she just kept repeating herself about, do you think there's going to be a race war? But I didn't say anything, ma'am. Let's have some respect. Hold up, not you either. No, NFT. No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tommy. I'm sorry, Mr.
What is
Tommy.
wrong with y'all? Y'all ain't no house training. The internet sucks. Used to be if a nigga was in your house, they wouldn't do this. They get punched in the face. Hold on, I got something to say to the people in the house, and it's your house, and somebody talk about something. Let me finish. But what I'm trying to say is, this man that you say, if somehow he can change the law, because let me tell you something. They weren't even to change the law about FDR until he was out of office, and then they had to go through a whole bunch of shit. He can't just unilaterally change the law. 1, 2, he's 78. Even if he was able to unilaterally change the law, you'd only have to deal with about 8 more years of Trump, if that. But let's not have, I don't believe in scare tactics of my audience. And now, if you're a scare tactic, my audience, and you're telling the truth, that's fine. But I'm not going to let you sit up here and lie to them that this man who can only have a 4-year term left can somehow change the United States Constitution and allow this man to become a king now. That don't make sense that you'd even tell people that. Now, you can finish, but don't lie to my people and tell them he trying to make himself a king because NBC told you that, because you didn't hear him tell you that.
Yeah, don't lie to Mr. Tommy.
No, you shut up, sir.
I'm not lying. I did not say that could happen. I said, let's look at what could happen.
What? How can you say I didn't say it could happen and then turn around and say, let's look at what could happen?
With all due respect to you, sir, it seems like, with all due respect to you, sir, if he is running again and he admires the way that our enemy, we're talking about Vladimir Putin, we're talking about Russia as our enemy.
Russia's our enemy, the United States.
Correct. Which he
When did they become our enemy?
He admires.
When did they become our enemy? When did Russia become the United States enemy?
The news.
Thank you. They can't tell you. These things should be quite easy. Her answer should have been right down the tip of her tongue. This is when they became our enemy. This is why we're enemies. This is what we're fighting over. She should be able to tell you this.
Turn off the
So let me ask you this. You're saying that we should admire and befriend a person who rules over his nation with through attacks, someone who just killed one of their persons, Navalny, who spoke out against Putin. We should be.
You mean like how we tried to kill Ed Snowden, who still won't come back because he spoke out against the United States and what it was doing? You mean the same United States where we killed our sitting president because he wouldn't do what a group of people wanted him to do? Then we had a guy running for presidency, and because we was worried about what he was gonna do, we killed him too. You mean the same group of people who killed Martin Luther King? You mean the same group of people? You mean
how many can you just keep going?
9/11 when they took down their own buildings so they could rob the United States? That group, that high and mighty group, and just before we finish, let's make sure we wrap it up with that group that bought and sold black folks like they was horses.
They own the chips.
That group.
Mr. Thomas,
That country. I just want to make sure we talk about the right country is all I want to know.
Please let her respond.
Off the Talmud vision.
Just stop and let her respond.
I got to let her respond about that because she can't tell you no crazy shit about Putin that we don't do, not did in the past, do now.
Mr.
Let her respond, please.
Let her respond, please.
Yeah.
Every time I say let her respond, it'd be like a bunch of
I'm
motherfuckers.
asking you a question. So, what do you think? Okay, let me ask you this question. So, what do you think that Donald Trump's motives are for running in this election? What do you think? Do you think? And this is the question I'm going to ask you. You think that he's running to try to really reestablish
What you should do is
America?
stop and ask me, what do I think he's running for? You could have stopped right there and then let me. You didn't have to give me these options. I will tell you why I think he's running. Like everybody else that's running, they have a bunch of lobbyists behind them that are paying them that if you get into office, there's some things you're going to do to help us. There's going to be some things to do to ease our tax burden. There'll be some things that you're going to do to help allow us to be able to expand our business or be able to buy other businesses or be able to whatever it is they're trying to do. He's going to be beholden to those people.
So do you think? So you believe that's what he is actually going to do?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
People, yes. Yeah.
Well, why do we think, and especially black folks? My mama sounds similar to this. Why do we think that just Donald Trump got this alternative grand scheme to overthrow our government that has been in existence some over 200 years? He's going to be the guy that's going to turn it over in 4 years and will become King Trump. And we are all going to be what? In the fucking best financial position we was 4 years ago? I didn't make it. I made the most money and had the most freedom in those 4 years he was running than ever before.
Oh, well, I try to get them to stop talking. I don't know why. They just decided, fuck what you were saying. They heard you. They just
Mr.
decided,
Tommy, may I please speak after Brian?
How in the fuck did he unmute himself?
This one got the keys to the matrix of Twitter.
Do this shit and he just all soft-spoken. Like he got a truck out, a white panel van trying to pick up some kids. He's got some popsicles in here for y'all kids.
Get your fat ass back here. Come on, Jesse. But just like how Amanda posted in the chat, she said, what did Obama do? How come we wasn't having this conversation when Obama ran and his 2 terms? We never asked this about the people that are fucking us over the most. We never ask this about them, but just because this is a white person and because the other side has said he's racist, even though Trump done hung out with more niggas than any other fucking white president or black president combined, we just automatically believe that this is the worst dude ever to get back into office.
And here's the real issue, the thing. I seen Donald Trump with more black people than Tarzan.
Man, like we just forgot that shit.
Y'all just want to just call this man racist for no reason. But I don't mind, Jay. I'll let you talk. But y'all, I'm talking to Jay. Shut the fuck up. If I'm not talking to you, keep your damn mic. I don't let people do it to y'all. Shut the fuck up. And I'm talking to you with that little cute blue character that you got on your damn thing. And I'm talking to you, Brother B. Y'all shut the fuck up. Let Jay talk. Shit. You lucky that nigga got his book over his head, NFT. That's the only reason why you get to stay here, because I like looking at him. I don't know what that little character is. It's some kind of weird-ass bird that's half nigga, half lazy.
May I just say
that's how niggas read.
Shut the fuck up, Judge NFT. No, shut up. Shut up.
I'm not trolling.
I don't give a fuck if you're trolling or not. Shut up. Okay, I ask you to be quiet. That's how you got that book on your head. Now stop.
The real reason these.
Oh God!
Stop! Can you not fucking talk?
Okay. Listen.
No, we don't want to fucking listen. We just want you to stop. Just stop. Don't say anything.
Tommy, the real.
Look at that's why they hit you in the head with that book.
Mr. Tommy.
Oh my God!
This nigga won't stop, man.
Oh my God! He keeps
The reason we're sitting here is because these politicians want.
He's still going. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going. We've asked him to stop. We've begged him to stop, and he keeps going. Why does he do this?
Because of something that we can't control. So we're sitting here debating this stuff about like which politician is better, when instead we could just be hanging out, discussing the things that we care about, and actually reaching a solution. But these guys want us fighting each other over like random stuff overseas. When
I care about you shutting the fuck up. How do we discuss that?
Sadly, he sounds like this character on this thing. So when he's talking, I'm just enamored by the little character.
Well, I'm not.
I know I'm not the only one who's sitting up there listening to him and thinking he's voicing that guy.
Yeah, he sounds like the profile picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, I appreciate that, guys. I think my profile picture is pretty cool. So.
Like, I bet I can see this nigga walking down the street, and that's how he's gonna be looking when he walks down the street. He's gonna be just like that when I meet him in real life.
Like an animated cartoon, bro.
Tommy, you get what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. That's the problem. I hear exactly what you're saying.
Half of these politicians would want me like going against some random race and saying they're the problem. And it's like, we could probably show up in a bar and like, have a bunch of drinks.
Just look that bitch in the face while he's talking. Look that bitch in the face while he's talking.
Like, it could be
nigga, you gonna Disney. You keep it up. You gonna fuck around, be on Cartoon Network. Keep it up.
Hey, I'm gonna fuck around. Bro.
Hey, gotta put this nigga on Adult Swim tonight.
He gonna fuck around. That's gonna be the #1 show on Adult Swim. That little nigga with that sad face gonna be getting in all kind of hijinks. Talking just like that.
Oh.
Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bobby. They're gonna say, please get out my yard. Mr. Bobby.
Wait, real quick, and then I'll stop talking. I appreciate the space. I appreciate the discussion. You seem
like man.
Hey, listen,
bro. Oh my God.
All right with me.
You are the most offensive, polite person I've ever fucking met on social media, you motherfucker.
Hey, Brian is the most base guy I've ever
met. I've met some white devils in my life, but you're the nicest one.
Jeez.
Hey, fair enough.
Motherfucker, he needs to be in sales because he is persistent.
And you know he don't mean nothing by it. He's just slow. He doesn't mean anything by Mr. Tommy. I know that. That's one more thing, Mr. Tommy. Mr. Tommy.
Man, we're just busting your balls, bro.
Look, Tommy, all I'm saying is it's like somehow a discussion about the economy in Flint, Michigan went to a war with Russia instead of like actually fix. It's like, why don't we just like focus on fixing
because the reason then that's easy, bro. There's a reason why people can't do it. See, that woman,
my God.
Jay, we've been very respectful.
I'm still here, sir.
Yeah, we've been very respectful with Jay, but Jay, she has been this thing, and I guess all of us have in some ways been indoctrinated, and we've been indoctrinated by things that we like or people that we like, and we can repeat the things that we've heard from things that we like or people that we like because it makes us feel good and it makes us feel a part of something. She's doing the same thing that the people who follow Tariq Nasheed, there's a reason why they sound just like Tariq Nasheed, that their comebacks are just like Tariq Nasheed, and they never question what he's saying, even though a lot of them know that some of the things he's saying is bullshit or lies. They let it go as long as they like him, and the only thing that's going to make them spout the truth is if they start disliking him. Then they'll start telling you, yeah, I knew that was some bullshit when he said, and I knew that was some so-and-so, and that's when I woke up. They do the same thing every time. So I'm going to let the young lady come back in, Jay, but you were saying a lot of things that were incorrect attributes that you were giving to Donald Trump, and they were all based in fear. If every fact you have about someone is based in fear, do you think you're really trying to help me or you're really trying to scare me?
I don't have to scare you. You know what I'm realizing is that we need to have Donald Trump elected. I agree with you. And I yield my mic.
Oh, well, and as far as getting him elected, see what our show was about is what I think is that Brian and I were trying to address the idea that black folks are being told, vote for this black person because they're black and they will have your best interest at heart. Well, one, you start to say, and this person that's Agent B, he's not in my chat. He went over to Brian.
I got it.
Yeah, it's the guy he's probably taking this broadcast right now and flagging it. I mean, not flagging it, but redoing it. It's that guy that I asked to stop doing it. And now I guess he follows me everywhere I go now. That's how sick this shit is. And he's just going to keep doing it until I mention something to him or say something to him. And it's just stupid. It's just dumb that you can't. And that's why I say about Jay and a lot of other people, just like this guy is not going to stop stalking me after he went from being a fan. A lot of y'all will sit and you say, well, Donald Trump needs to get elected, and that's what needs to happen. Whether it's sarcasm or truth, I'm talking about what black folks do if they say they're a voting bloc and they start thinking that their dollars need to move more strategically. And if they want to create a base, then it may need to start with who you choose as your politicians and who you back with your money. Because that's all a politician is supposed to be, is a guy or a girl that's going to take the interest of that community that voted this person. They need that person to go and argue for the best for them and their community. Now, if you don't think that the people who are currently running are the best for it, I respect that. So what you can do then is get someone else. But we're asking, what does that face have to look like? Does it have to be a black face? Or can you say, this face for this job needs to be a white face because they'll get more things through that we need to get through, even though we're black? Can we do it that way? Because that's what Jews do. JP, you got your hands up. Go ahead. I haven't heard from you. You're new.
All right. Thanks, bro. Look, I'm in LA. I'm an old guy, third generation Angelino. I've lived through any number of, right now, we got a black mayor. I could tell you the homeless problem here in LA is it's just crazy. I mean, for those outside of LA, we have this place, it's called Skid Row. This place is so unbelievable that if people outside of LA saw it, because the popular image of LA is what? Hollywood, glitz and glamour, and all this other bullshit. Let me tell you something. If you saw Skid Row right now, this is an area that is 50 square blocks. That's 50 square blocks of people who are living in utter poverty on the level of anything you see in India, Bangladesh, the favelas in Brazil.
Third world country, Jack. Yes, sir.
I kid you not. I kid you not. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people living in utter squalor. And guess what? The media never talks about this.
I talked about it when I was down there. I used to live off 7th and Wilshire. 3 blocks down,
there you go.
Get to 10th. Yeah, that's where it starts.
I'm telling you, so all I can say is, I looked at the title of the space. Should blacks trust black politicians or those who claim pro-black? Personally, I think if you get somebody in there who's reasonable and can talk to people in a real, authentic way, forget all the political bullshit. Let's talk about what matters to the community and what's going to help the community at large. And we've seen, look, we've had white mayors. We had Eric Garcetti before Karen Bass. He was a white guy. And, he didn't fix shit when it came to the homeless. And why do I keep mentioning the homeless in Skid Row? Well, because when you talk about society at large, it's like biology, right? When ecologists and biologists look at the environment, they look at simple life forms like tree frogs. And when they see tree frogs with 5 eyes, and 6 arms and shit like that, they say, oh, well, something's going on. Let's look upstream, where they're living from the river where they're at. And they find DuPont is dumping chemicals in there. It's the same thing with the homeless. The homeless population in LA grew by 10% last year. There are 10,000. There were 10,000 folks within. This is a conservative estimate. 10 people who are from LA, who were born and raised here, especially. We know there's a lot more than 10,000. But let's go with 10,000 folks. That's a lot of people. It grew by 10% last year in 2023. So this tells me it's like the tree frogs growing 5 eyes, right? The homeless are that same thing, right? They were the homeless were the control group during COVID, right? When everybody was running around with their hair on fire and going, "Oh, COVID is so dangerous," and then I said, "Well, what about Skid Row? We should be seeing people dying left and right over there." And nothing. Guess what? Nothing happened.
Yep, I said that.
Are fucking lying to us through their teeth. It doesn't matter whether it's blackface or whiteface, whatever. They're lying through their teeth to us. That's what concerns me. What's going on in this country right now?
Yeah, I agreed. We'll let a couple more people on here before we get the.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Oh, no problem. Hey, did great. Sean, you are on there, and then I will. I do want to go back to Jay and see what she has to say, but Sean, I'm gonna let you go ahead and go.
Hey, what's up, Tommy? What's up, Brian? Soda Nation. Yeah, 2 points. First, far as Donald Trump trying to become King Trump, he would have to literally have only Congress could do that. They would have to pass another amendment to the Constitution. The Senate would have to vote. The House would have to vote. The governors would have to vote of all 50 states. That won't happen. And even if it by chance did, he would probably lose his support because the Republicans are for limited government. And that's one of the last things they will want. Something like that for him to basically be president for life. That's one of the things they're against. As far as should blacks trust black politicians, are them black people the same ones that say, man, don't you get no damn nigga lawyer? Don't you damn get no nigga doctor? Don't you move no damn nigga neighborhood? You get some money back. Get your ass out of that neighborhood. But hell, they even talk shit about the black church, black preachers. But when it comes to a black politician, they put all their faith in a black politician, though. I don't know what to say about it. They don't get no other nigga cops. who's serving. Well, I'm sorry. Brian said it's kind of different. They enforce the law.
That's right.
They don't even like black cops, but they put all the faith in a black politician, though. It seems like a black politician gets the pass. Nobody else do. They blindly follow a black politician. Unless, of course, he's a Republican.
Yeah, I was about to say, we can talk about the ones that they want. A black politician that's a Republican, and which is really weird. Like even the black Republicans don't do what the black Democrats do. We don't say because of guys, and I'm not a Republican, but I don't hear people on the right saying, well, all blacks must vote for this black Republican. Well, that doesn't make sense. He's a black Republican, but he's a piece of shit.
Bro, the best example of black Republican is Colin Powell. Look what happened to brother Colin Powell, right? In the lead up to the invasion of Iraq, who did the Republican Party trot out in front of everybody, right? Remember when he went to the UN? He was talking about, oh, look at this picture. You know, Saddam Hussein has uranium isotope rods. Look at this. And it was this fuzzy picture, and me and my boys were looking at it, and we're like, what the fuck is that? Well, that could be anything. He sold it to the American people. And why did the Republican Party send Colin Powell up there to prosecute the invasion of Iraq? Because at the time, Colin Powell's Q rating, the Q rating is this rating that is used in entertainment and sports and popular culture to rate a person's popularity, you know, in the mass population. Colin Powell's Q rating was sky high. In fact, the Republican Party was talking about running him as the presidential candidate. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember this, but I'm old enough. I'm an old.
I remember that.
They hung this brother out to dry. They used him. That's the kind of people that are in the Republican Party. And if you think the Republican Party is bad, just look at what's going on right now with Democrats. I'm in California. I can tell you this is a democratically controlled state. It's hell on earth. Damn near close to it. So my advice to y'all, don't trust any of these folks. It's like the Native American said, right? They speak with forked tongue. That's it, right there.
Well, now let's go back to Jay. I said I was going to let Jay speak. Jay, talk to me.
Well, that was fair. At least he said, you know what? Don't trust any politician then. Mm-hmm. And that's a fair statement. I guess my thing is, I don't see what is so wonderful about Donald Trump. He was in office. Homelessness didn't come down. It didn't change. It didn't end. What my point is, I don't understand why we want to support someone who doesn't share our core values. He doesn't share them. Mm-hmm. He doesn't share them. And let me give you an example of that. He tells you how to get out of something, how not to pay taxes, which taxes, as we know, whether we want to pay them or not, taxes supports infrastructure. It supports, our economy to a certain degree. It pays for schools. But he tells you, I don't pay taxes, and I can show you how. He doesn't share your core values, so why would you represent him? And it just seems like to me, whether you're black or whether you're white, people are wanting to represent Trump because, nobody fucked with us, pardon my French. Nobody fucked with us while we were, when Trump was in office because, he was so crazy. What are you talking about? The fact of the matter, he wasn't what I call an ideal president. He's still not an ideal president.
Who was our, help us out? Who was our last ideal president? Because that sounds like a personal thing, which I can accept. Who was it though?
Well, you know what? To be fair, maybe none of them were ideal.
That's all I'm trying to get at. That's the part I was trying to get at.
I would not say that Barack Obama didn't have his issues. Of course he did. Because we can't rely on one person to move the needle on anything. But I don't like a person who doesn't share core values. I don't like a person who seems like they use their position to further and to bolster their position financially.
What are the core values then? But what are the core values?
It doesn't seem like we have any.
So then how can he share? Do you understand how it appears to me? Everything you say sounds good as long as I would agree with everything. If I question it, it falls down almost immediately. And that seems odd. That it can be that easily torn down by a simple question of, he doesn't share our core value. If I sit up there and say, yeah, then I'm fine. But if I say, what are our core values? Your response is, we don't have any? Then how can I condemn him for not sharing something we don't have?
Can I come back up?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're having a conversation, you and I.
Thank you. Our core values should be that we should have a heart for the poor. I'm not being muted. We should have a heart for the poor.
Who you thought muted you?
I'm sorry?
Who you thought muted you?
It sounded like I was being muted. I'm sorry.
You looking for competition. You go, girl.
No. I heard something going. I thought I was being muted. I apologize. Well, what I'm saying is that this person, I don't feel, and that may be my personal opinion, I don't think he really has a heart for poor people. I don't think he really cares really about Black people.
Oh, I get it. So let me ask you, what our current president, you just talked about how we have the homelessness has gone up, not down. Mm-hmm. So do you believe he cares about them?
I think he cares about it, but I don't think he can do very much about it.
But yet you didn't want to give Donald Trump. You believe that Donald Trump just don't care about it?
No, and not as much.
Okay, so it's good to care even though you can't get it done.
It's a difference. When he was in office, we still had homeless. When Donald Trump was in office, we had homelessness.
Yes.
Nothing. The things that we are saying that are happening under Biden's watch.
No. You didn't hear I said a 10% increase. So it ain't the same thing. If 10% increase, that means it's more. If I take over a coaching job and I get a 10% increase in wins, it isn't the same thing.
Okay, that's fair. But in any regard, the same situations and circumstances were still happening for both presidents. Okay, the increase that happened in the last year, that could be because of the local and economic situation that's going on in LA. Yeah. But it has been on the rise. Homelessness in LA has been on the rise for several years. And I do believe, if I go back and research it, this situation was happening when Donald Trump was in office as well. The border situation was something that happened under Donald Trump's watch as well. I'm trying to understand, if these situations happen under Trump and they happen under Biden, what makes Trump so much better to solve them or resolve them? That's the question I'm asking you, sir.
That's a great question. So Tommy asked me to field this question while he stepped away. So here's the problem that we have, and it's so ironic because this is the same conversation similar to what I had with my own mother. And here's the thing: you are holding Donald Trump to a standard that you are not holding other politicians to. You are trying to add on all of these different things that you have as far as expectations go that you do not have for other politicians before. When you look at Biden, when you look at Trump, Obama, Bush, Clinton, Reagan, all of those people were in the same position. And yes, they were all at different times of our country. However, the standard that you should be really concerned about is, what was the quality of life like for you as opposed to saying, well, my expectation now is for Donald Trump to take care of homelessness. Well, my expectation for this person is to take care of the poor. The poor will be amongst you always. But if you can see a significant increase, because not just the homeless, but the immigrants that are moving here that have been allowed to come here by Joe Biden, they are homeless as well. And we are taking resources that we could be using, and we're talking billions of dollars that could be used to house the homeless that's in Los Angeles, that's at Skid Row. Do you realize the money that we've spent for the migrants that have come over here in the past 3 years? We could have put up 5 high rises to house those people that are on Skid Row, and we didn't do it. We could have opened up all of the mental health facilities across the country and funneled those people who literally cannot function as adults. We could have housed and cared for those people, and we didn't. But your president that is sitting right now, our president that is sitting right now, Joe Biden, he has shipped some $200 billion over to the Ukraine, which is a country that has nothing to do with us. So if you're talking about the humanitarian aspect of a president, period, someone who will neglect their own children to provide services for someone they're not even related to, that is, I don't think there's anything more egregious you could put on a person, let alone a president who has done that on their watch. Yes, there was a problem with the border. Trump was trying to fix it, and it was the Congress that did not want to have him finish the wall. Was it him? So we have to have those facts straight as to what a person was doing. Like when Trump was in office, he gave us tax cuts. I'm not worried about the super elite rich who may be getting a tax cut too, because I'm not counting their pockets. I'm counting mine. And I've paid the most taxes ever in my life under Joe Biden. However, under Donald Trump, I made the most money in my life. And I even got a promotion doing Joe Biden, and it still ain't enough. Everything has costed more. The inflation is his fault. His regime that did that to us. I give a shit how much eggs cost. Fucking some rich asshole in the fucking hills, he don't care how much gas costs, eggs cost, bread costs, because he can afford it. My grocery bill has doubled like every other grassroots American has. So that's not a thing to where we're talking about saying the things that affect my life is me paying $200 a month in groceries, and now I'm paying $500 a month in groceries. That matters to me.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
If you want to see a president that looks presidential, just look at that interview Tucker Carlson did with Vladimir Putin.
I hate to admit it, brother. That's right. There you go.
All those presidents before 1863, and in some cases in Texas, 1865, like Tommy said.
To add on that,
those presidents were presidential.
Yeah, to add on that, I mean, Trump, if we're keeping it $1.50, Trump has been like one of the most like impactful presidents for us from a policy like perspective.
That's why they don't want him in there.
Right. And his recent police forum, people don't want to talk about this. It was an executive order. What was it? The First Step Act. It released thousands of people from jail. And I believe it was like 90% who were Black. He also promoted opportunity zones, which basically incentivized private investment. And I think he increased the federal funding to HBCUs by like 20%. And it exceeded over $100 million, more than any president in history. Nobody wants to talk about that. Meanwhile, Obama, he removed the 2-year Bush administration program that annually funded $85 million directly to those prized HBCUs. People don't want to talk about that. Obama has done more for the LGBTQ community than he's ever done for Blacks. So we need to stop doing this, oh my God, look what Trump has done more for us than any president in our recent history. And that's not me being a coon or tap dancing for the white folk. No,
that's facts.
Facts.
That's
People
facts,
need
bro.
to stop like judging. People need to stop with their emotions.
Bro,
take your emotions out of it.
Me and all my brothers, we said after about 2 years of Obama, we said, this is just the same shit with a black face.
And you talking about somebody here who was dumb enough to vote for his ass twice.
1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second, 1 second, guys. 1 second, please. Go, Brian.
I said, and you're talking about somebody here who was dumb enough to vote for Obama twice. I literally drunk the Kool-Aid and thought, well, they held him back that first time. That was Congress and them waiting on him. So
y'all have to be quiet because he can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said,
and they just started talking as soon as you said something, as if you can hear.
Oh,
but go ahead.
Yeah, I was one of the main ones that said, oh, they was hating on Obama and they was against him because he black. But this next term, he gonna get it right. So I'm voting for him again. And he literally didn't do anything for us. And all I'm saying is stop listening to the rhetoric that's going on and what these news outlets are saying, and look at what a person is actually doing and measure that as opposed to what you hearing and what it sound like and what they tell you it might look like. Look and see what a person is actually doing. I don't need my president to make me feel good. I don't need my president to come to my hood. I don't need him to do that. Get out my fucking life and stop taxing me and make it to where I can have the same rights and opportunities as anybody else. I don't want my government charging me. I give them too much of my fucking money. Yes, I want to know how I can pay less taxes. I absolutely want to know that because I don't want to give them any more of my money because they're already mismanaging the 500 and something odd billion dollars we giving them every year anyway. That's why we're trillions of dollars in debt, is because we letting them ship over hundreds of millions and in some cases billions of dollars to other places that are not here. Why would we be okay with any president doing that? And Trump was the one who called it to the table and said, well, wait a minute. We're sending more money over to these other countries and to these politician pet projects like redoing a museum when we have 50 square blocks of homeless people. We have 100 and something miles of unsecured border. Why would we send billions of dollars overseas when we're not taking care of our own and protecting our home? Walls work. It's a proven fact. And nobody can go any place else in the world and just pop up and say, I'm here, take care of me. Then people can't here in America. I can't go to Canada and say, yeah, bitches, I'm here now. Give me some money and give me a phone and give me a place to stay. They're going to look at me and be like, man, if you don't get the fuck out of here, I can't go to Spain and say, yeah, I'm here, Spain. Take care of me. But we're paying for them to do that here in America? I don't know no Venezuelan and no Venezuelan kids. But I know some kids over on the south side of Chicago, over in Inglewood, that could use some money, that could use a $5,000 debit card. But we're okay with letting our politicians give that money to motherfuckers who don't even belong here? No way.
All right. Now let's see if we can get, I'm going by hands. As you guys, when the hands up, that's how you speak. So, and I'm gonna have to make this quick because we gotta end this.
Yeah, we had for a while.
We gotta end this. We gotta go and end this. JP, go ahead.
Who was that talking right now?
That is Mr. Brian Redmond, aka the Relationship Rehab.
Wait, I don't. Where? I don't see his.
He's speaking. We're on a visual, but he is in there in the comment section as well, and it says Relationship Rehab. If you go down there and
yeah, I'm in here as a listener.
Yeah, okay, well, look, I couldn't have said it any better. This guy, and when I think about Obama, the first thing that sent up a red flag about Obama, remember when he came in? It was 2009? That was right after the economic meltdown. Remember that, 2008?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Obama said, because, the bankers at that point, this is early 2009, they were taking all this welfare money that, let's call it what it is. The government stole our money, taxpayer money, and they welfared the bankers. So let's just, let's at least be honest about it, right? They welfared Wall Street. So the welfare, the biggest welfare recipients on earth in history are the bankers on Wall Street. So they took our money, they stole our money, thanks to the government. That was under George W. Bush. Then Obama comes into the presidency in early 2009. And all the talk then, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but I'm old enough to remember what was going on then. And all the talk was, oh, they're going to give themselves bonuses. Well, how can they give themselves bonuses when they're broke? How can they give themselves bonuses when they crash the entire world economy? Because that's really what they did, right? And then they went ahead and gave themselves bonuses anyway. I'm old enough to remember this, people. Now, Obama in Bloomberg, they published this. Obama issued a public statement. He said, well, I don't begrudge Jamie Dimon, who's he's still the CEO and chairman of the board of JP Morgan Chase, the world's largest bank at that time. And Lloyd Blankfein, Obama said, oh yeah, I don't begrudge these guys their bonuses. This is the free market and all that. And I was just like, what you talking about, free market? You're taking money from us. You're welfaring these criminal psychopaths on Wall Street. You call that the free market? Really? Nobody in the mainstream media, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, Fox, you name it, nobody questioned this. That's when I knew the red flag went up on Obama. I said, man, this motherfucker, he's been, they must have took him out and back in the woodshed, showed him the Zapruder film and said, see this? We did this to the most beloved president in our history. and don't think that you can sidestep this. Don't think that, because we can do it. We know where you live. We know where your kids go to school. It's just like the mafia, right? Oh, we know where your kids go to school. We know where your mama lives. On and on. Hey, if anybody here thinks that this government, the CIA, the Secret Service, the FBI, if any of you think that they're below this, they're beneath this, I got some bridges to fill, and I'll shut up now.
Let's go to Brother B. You can go, and then Sean.
Okay, Brother B here, and I'll tell you what, this space here, this format is an exercise in self-control and decorum, and unfortunately, I have been failing, so pardon me. I want to just throw it out there, man. I've come to the point where it's like these so-called presidents are selected, not elected. I mean, it's like they're both backed by Zog, Zionist-occupied government, the corporations, the same corporations who own everything, and they just got us like playing this game of. Does anybody really think someone's counting the votes? Does anybody believe Joe Biden got 70 million votes like they're trying to tell us in this last selection? That's where I'll leave it at that. And if Brian or you, Tommy, can comment on the Flint situation, the Flint, Michigan, that's ground zero, man. Remember Obama went there and pretended like he drank the water?
Yeah, that's the funny shit.
Yeah.
Well, what about East Palestine, bro? Yeah, folks in Ohio, they're all jacked up too, right? Yeah, they're all jacked up.
There you go.
And what about Skid Row here in LA? Those folks are all jacked up. What, they're not American citizens? Oh, some people are American citizens and they count, and other American citizens, they don't count. That's what it's come down to. It seems
Listen,
like
they need to put the money and the power back in the hands of the local governments. Therefore, because I think one way to hide all this money and to basically launder it is that it goes up so high that we don't know where it's at.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Think about it. If it was close enough to where you could reach it in each of your states, it would be completely different than when it goes to DC, where the majority of people are afraid to even hear the word DC mentioned with them because they know you're going to lose, and there's no one to appeal that to.
Yep. And Tommy is 1,000% correct, because, and this goes back to why I fell in love with states' rights years ago. In most states, you have to be able to account for that. There's an accounting for that to show what monies went where and how those monies were spent. They have to account for that, and it's public record. You send, and this was because I broke down that budget that Trump didn't want to pass because he said it was too much pork in it and it was going to hurt the economy and hurt the people. And this was the one before the last one that they passed right before he got out. And one of the lines in there, it was like $22 million to go to Pakistan for transgender research. What in the fuck would we have why would there be any type of investment that we would make as the United States sending over to Pakistan or Palestine, is one of those two, for transgender research? Why would we send that over there? So what, like he just said, what happens is, who does that money go to in Pakistan? Where does it go to? We don't know who actually gets that actual fund or what bank account that actually hits. We have no fucking clue, and there's no way for us to find out. And then once that money is paid out, who has access to those funds? And that's why he said it's a guaranteed kickback. If I can go give some unknown bank to the American people, drop 25 million in it, and 20 of it come back to me, how many people wouldn't do that? Undetected. You don't know where it's from, where it's at. All I know is we sent it over in the budget, and this is what we said went over to this country. Now take that and put it in the Ukraine bucket today. You're not just talking about 20 million, you're talking about billions of dollars that's going over there, and they're asking for billions more. Meanwhile, we have our own people here with nothing, and we're not doing anything about it.
Let's go to Sean. You didn't get a chance to speak. Go ahead, and then Yogi.
Yeah, basically a couple of things. One, the Great Recession in 07, 08 is kind of started, the seeds were planted under Clinton with those subprime mortgages. They're planting the seeds for that. Also, Joe Biden has fixed the border right now. All he got to do is sign that pen like he did day one when he got elected, sworn in, and reinstate Trump policies. And he's trying to find a backdoor way to do it now. After even the Democrats started protesting. Also, if you go on Fox News and watch Tommy as well, you go on there, you'll see a Venezuelan immigrant bragging about how he coming over here basically taking a vacation and telling all the other illegals to support that other illegal Venezuelan who shot the person, and they raised the money up for him. So yes, Trump did try his best to fix all of this, and we was on the pathway to do it until November 3rd, 2020, the election. And remember, the day before that, all the Democrats said they didn't trust the Trump vaccine. But on the 5th, when it looked like when Biden somehow won, they said, we're going to do mandates for the vaccine. So all of this is just a shit show.
Trump was right about a lot of this shit.
Well, that's the thing that we don't want to talk about. And then when the young lady that's here, that Jay, I wanted her to be able to just see things a bit more objectively is all. Like just this idea of hating this guy and then adding things on him. I guess because I'm a guy that's been hated. I want people to hate me for shit that I do and shit that I say, not shit that someone else said I did, someone else said I said. It's just a thing that if we are supposed to be Americans, like it's one of the things that we're supposed to say, hey, as Americans, this is what we do. But we seem to take that away all the time. And that is judge someone on what they've done, what we know, what we can prove. That we don't want to just slander people. And it changed. Now part of everybody being involved is to slander. So I would say, even though we think politics are dirty as fuck, look at blogging. And y'all don't even set any laws. And this shit is dirty as fuck. Just to be able to be heard and to be seen. Everybody want to be able to tell a lie or some story on somebody else. Let me listen to Yogi. Yogi, you all can jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I stumbled into this space because of the title. I was curious about an hour ago. It's one of the coolest spaces I've stumbled into. And I love what some of these people were saying about Wall Street and banks. That's the enemy, guys. And somebody said the 2008 crash is coming again. It is coming again real soon, because these hedge funds have short sold so many of these companies and they're going to have to pay up. It's going to crash it. But circling back to this title of this space, the best way to get the government to recognize the black community and their needs is to stop voting 90% Democrat every election.
Say that again, bro.
Stop voting 90% Democrat every election.
I'm surprised it's only 90%.
If they know what way you're going to vote, I mean, isn't that about what the black community votes?
I think it's higher than that, bro. It's higher than that.
About 95.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's the thing. I'm conservative. I'm white. I'm putting that out there so you know where this is coming from. But I'm just telling you from an observational standpoint, our government is bad. They're corrupt, right? They're greasing wheels. And if they know 90% of you guys are going to vote one way every time, nobody's going to do nothing for you. The Democrats aren't because they know you're getting the vote. The Republicans aren't going to do nothing for you because they know sure as shit that you ain't going to vote for them.
Well, that's what I've been telling people that for years. I've been telling blacks that.
It ain't got to be a lot, dude. Blacks go 20% Republican one time, and you see what happens. One time.
Well, I will let. I know she had her hands up, and I said, "Let me let Jay respond." Then, Errol, you're going to get the last one. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, thank you. I don't hate Donald Trump. I don't like. I don't know him personally.
Why was you speaking that evil on his name?
Okay, that's fair. Here's the thing. Government is, we cannot rely on government to change the ills in our society. And that's why I go and I serve. That's why I serve as often. That's why I give. That's because that's the brotherly thing that we do. That's the godly thing that we do. And I'm not going to talk about religion, but if we see things that's happening in our communities and it's appalling and egregious, we can't wait for a government to go do something about it. That's why I get up and I go and I join chapters where I can help.
Well, that's one of the biggest problems we have as blacks, though. We actually do wait on these entities to come fix it for us. I tell people about when I went to Moore, Oklahoma, those people didn't wait on FEMA to come. All those houses got knocked down. Those white people were out there helping each other out before FEMA could ever show up. It was the first thing they did. But when you look at what happened with the blacks in New Orleans, they had to actually be lifted off of their houses in many cases by the white people. It's like they were unprepared. And then when it was over with, they had nothing to do. They had nothing to go fix. They had no construction companies that they ran that were going to run out there and start helping these people get back to where they were. It was, we're waiting on the insurance company. We're waiting on FEMA. Everything was we're waiting on. There wasn't a community effort, Jay. And I want to know, why is it that if you're saying what you're saying, you're still telling them to vote Democrat? And the Democrats are literally saying, vote for us, we'll fix it, we'll do it. They're not telling them to be self-reliant. Go ahead, Jay.
That's a very good point. I'm not going to sit here and say you don't have a good point. But what I'm saying is that Republicans, when you do put them in office, they seem like, to me, I grew up under the Ronald Reagan era. I was a young girl when I was growing up under that era. I remember how things were getting cut that was helping people who were poor. And that's what I guess what my issue is with Republicans. It seems like to me they gut a lot of programs that are designed to help the poor. But as you said, and I love what you said earlier, the poor will be with us always. And at some point, when we are able to help or get in a position where we can help people financially, we need to be about serving in our communities. It starts at a grassroots level. It's not going to always come from the government. And at this point, like the other gentleman said, he said it doesn't matter who you put in there. Remember what he said? He said you can't trust any of them. Mm-hmm. That was a fair statement. Mm-hmm. I was 100% with that. And
it's the uniparty.
Yeah, no matter what party.
That's who it is.
But as you pointed out earlier, sir, I was being a little bit disrespectful to you when I was telling you to listen to me. And I apologize. I'm big enough to say, and I'm humble enough to say when I'm wrong. And I'm saying to you in front of your audience that I apologize for doing that, because this is your space. And I was just on another space talking about space etiquette. So
well, I can tell you this. Let me say this. I appreciate it, number one. But number two, the fact that once it's over with, anybody will let you know when it's with me, we go to being civil and everything is great. And that's what happened. I mean, you didn't trip, you didn't act a fool, you didn't do anything out of line. And that is something that if you look at what our community doesn't have, and that's that. And that humility right there that you showed said it all. So you didn't have to say anything else. That was just icing on the cake that you even said anything back to me. So I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Because I think the one thing that me as a Black woman, I have to be mindful of, and as a woman, men do not like when we're trying to go toe to toe and yelling and screaming and cursing. That is not going to get a man's attention. It never gets a man's attention. Actually, it gets a man's disrespect. So once again, I apologize for coming at you like that. That's not what this should be even about, because you're making some great points. That's why I'm listening. Well, and that's what we need to be about, listening to each other.
I will say you did a great job, and I'm going to go to Arrow. Let Arrow be the one to wrap it up for the audience, and then we're going to wrap it up as a show. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to address a couple things. The Black community in America's biggest problem is that we assimilate with this government structure way too much. We got Black women working as a judge. We got Black women working at the DMV. We got Black women working as a cop. And we act like we want to change. But when you do that, when you sign up for jobs like that, you co-sign their behavior. You show them that regardless of what you've done to my people, what you do with my tax dollars, what you've done historically, I still approve enough to give you 8 hours of my day. So don't expect a change if you go and do that every day. Secondly, people were talking about, why do we send money to Ukraine, and we got all these problems at home, and why do we send money to Israel and we got all these problems at home? And I would answer that question by asking you guys another question. Who founded America? Who expanded into America? What nations funded the expansion into America? That's why they send money back there. That's why they support European influence and culture and things like that. Because at the end of the day, these are Europeans. And then once you get your mind around that, maybe we can make some real progress. But people seem to think Israel, it's white Israelis though. Those are European Israelis from the Holocaust and all that. Germans. So we are funding that because they want the best for Europe at the end of the day. That's the whole reason they came here in the first place. And they were funded by Europe. So with that being said, thirdly and finally, the whole Democrat and Republican thing is nothing more than a distraction. Because if you think voting for two sides of the same coin is going to change anything, then we're just lying to ourselves. No change comes without sacrifice, true sacrifice. And if we think that, depending on these people are trying to ask them for things is going to do something when they've been so brutal with us, I think we're just doing ourselves a disservice. That's all I want to say.
It's like Malcolm said, right? They got us running around just trying to catch crumbs that they're throwing to us.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I appreciate every one of you guys out there in the audience who are watching and listening. You guys are awesome. I'm going to turn it over to my man, Brian, and ask Brian to wrap this thing up for us. Take us home, Relationship Rehab.
Will do. And I thank everybody for joining the show and joining in the conversation. I appreciate it. Number one, let's just look at the facts. There's no place that's perfect. And at the end of the day, I challenge anyone that is contesting what America is, what America does, how America was started, how America is, the direction it's going in. I challenge any of you to go elsewhere and find a better country, go move there, and then tell us what's the best option for us. This is, without a doubt, the best country on the planet, period, for any race, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic. That's why they're all trying to move here. Now, I get it. Everybody has a past. So does this country. And this country is relatively young from what it was and what it is now. We have to move past the past and just reflect on it. But we need to make sure we keep our eyes ahead and going towards the future, because the future is us getting a foothold in this country. We need to vote our interests, as Tommy says. We need to vote for whoever and whatever is going to benefit us, whether it's 2 things that benefit us or 52 things that benefit for us. Whoever has the most, that's who we need to go with. Everybody's not going to be perfect, and everybody is not going to have the perfect Black folk plan on the planet. Nobody's going to have that. Vote our interests. The other thing, too, when we're looking at these politicians, because like I said in the beginning, we shouldn't trust any of them. But there's some characteristics we need to look for in the politicians that are best going to serve us as Black folks and us as common folks, blue collar folks, the everyday working man folks. We need to look for people that are business minded or businessmen, that are in some shape, form, or fashion accomplished and have life experience. These people that we keep voting for that are career politicians, like your Joe Bidens, these people that are Hollywood driven, these people that have never been in a real life business situation where you have to take risk and do what's best for everybody to survive in your company. Those are the people we need to steer away from. And when you look at most of the people that we identify with and that we say, hey, this person might have something that's going to help us, they usually are people that are common folk, businessmen, and accomplished businessmen. That means your failures and your successes. Those are the things that we need to look for in our politicians, because at the end of the day, the only thing we really should be looking for is to make sure that our opportunities for success remain intact. I don't need nobody to give me nothing. I don't need nobody to make me feel good. All I need is for me to have the rights and the opportunities to go and get it myself. Anything else should not even be considered. We need to look for politicians that have that type of mentality for us as Black folks and for us as all people, because it takes all of us to be a country, not just us Black folk on the south side of Chicago. It takes all of us.
I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tommy Sotomayor. That is Mr. Brian Redmond, the Relationship Rehab. Make sure that y'all follow him on all social media, and make sure y'all hit that cash sign at the Relationship Rehab. We'll say goodnight. We've done a 5-hour show for you guys. This is episode 3 of The Life and the Lessons. We're out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us. We are out. Oh, and if you missed the show, make sure you go to the website and watch it at tjskoc.com.